Hey everybody, I am Mad Max, and I am doing a fundraiser for Chippy. He needs a mass removed from his shoulder, and that shit is really expensive, so I'm going to be switching off a fuck ton of games, trying to kill as much time as possible. If I don't like the music in the game, or don't feel like listening to it, I will put on reaction videos. Let me just check and see if everything is good. It looks like everything is good. Let's go. My hands are not frozen this time. I've taken a shower.
Hey, something back there for you,
weapon.
pal.
You just protect me.
Shield.
This one. Bet you couldn't hit me with that. Gotta say, you.
Appreciate.
What is that thing?
Which one?
Accordion.
It's not that orderly, really.
Alright. Alright, so let's see what we can do. Hopefully we can raise some money for
Heat
Chippy.
gauge so high to earn those bounties.
Shut up, you.
That ought to liven things up. Olympus calls.
Yeah. We got this from last time.
Sunseal 07.
Hey, son.
They're on the ground. So all I need to do is sacrifice some of my life essence to go in here.
Yeah, I bet you heard the news. Poor Chippy. That mass has been
Within the...
it's been on him since we got him, but the vet wanted to wait until it was bigger, if it got bigger. So the wife's gonna call tomorrow, get the surgery set up, and yeah, we're looking at between 1,000 and 1,500.
I find this is...
So yeah, I'm kinda in a mood. Ooh, that one could be interesting. No casting.
Let's fight.
Sunseal, I can understand.
Well, I don't want my poor boy to die.
Vast riches.
Boy, this works a lot better when my hands aren't frozen. Whoa! Yeah, I know.
Sunseal, time to get drunk and stream reactions like you're some hillbilly. Sunseal, Sunseal.
There's more.
Something, right?
I'm empty.
Oh, that was the drizzling shit.
Let me see.
Okay. And no, I'm not gonna get drunk. Much as I'd like to. Whoa! Miss me with that shit.
Sunseal, if Ginger Billy can make it a career, you can totally be the Wasington Billy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I need to make that money. There you are, you little fucker.
Who should I give this to?
Give me money. Sure, why not?
Sunseal, oh shit, you got ghosts now too?
I am thinking I should turn all of this crap off. What did you say? Yep, I got ghosts. I turned the heat gauge way
I
up.
think I learned something back there.
You're much...
Oh, fear not. What can I say? I try.
Come in.
You keep an eye on Father.
Cerberus.
More pets are certainly in order here.
Why? Cerberus.
No need to drag.
Anything?
Whoa, a rod of fishing. Here. Greetings, broker.
I want that. Shit. I have a lot of those things I want.
You appear to.
Your faith in me means a lot, Nix. I want to go lie down.
No, you don't. Get this crap over with.
It is that
Mischief? Me?
all is
Lower your voice, old man. I'm trying to be sneaky here.
he ventured.
I said shut up, old man.
He does not.
I'm not listening.
He rifles. But then,
Hades.
thus did his mother early. Persephone.
You.
Oh my.
Yu Yu Hakusho?
Mother. I wonder, will you even remember me?
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm not gonna do the super
Special delivery for you back there, boyo.
grindy
Hey,
shit.
look at that. Exogryph, the rail of adamant. Annihilate all who oppose me.
Rolling with that thing, eh? Forget something or what?
I guess this came to pass.
Well, shit.
I grant you funding and autonomy to do this job upon your earliest convenience, contractor.
Keep it down.
Here. The underworld could always use a little extra renovating, right?
Whatever are you going on about?
Actually, what I should do is give the nectar to one Mr. Cerberus.
Look what I got.
As one of us.
Thank you, boy.
So our vet and the vet techs all use choke chains. And they say that the people on the internet who say not to use them either are being stupid or don't use them right.
Stygius, blade of the underworld. I need your
I find very interesting.
Got something new to try. Okay,
There we go.
I'm ready.
Family. Death is your only family. Death and I. Best get accustomed to the both of us.
Wait, Thanatos is his family? Does that mean when they fuck it's incest?
No, not
Well, I mean they are Grecian. Ha 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 ha.
Uncle Poseidon.
My little...
I am thinking that Tempest Strike. Water gun! What the deuce? That's not right. No, that's definitely not right. Is it? Boon info? Oh. Okay, that's right.
Each time.
Built to ensure no one gets out. We'll see about that.
Yeah, that feels better. Fear my water gun. Give me money for Chip. Wait a minute, I know what fucked up. Where's reload? There we go, that feels better.
You're nothing.
We need a poom.
Good. Stronger still.
Maybe I should have chosen the splash cast.
No way.
Oh yeah, I need to let Phoenix know that I'm. Where the fuck is it? There it is. I'm streaming Hades and other games to fundraise for poor Chippy. Please donate or watch or something. There we go. I will hit up everybody. I have already gotten one donation, as you can see. We need the key. All I need is the splash dash. Hi, Sissy.
Hello, Your Highness. If I may be...
Look,
Oh, that...
I must slay a lot of the darkness.
Yulia_Sura. Sorry, Han. Didn't mean to tune in late. Got caught in a dungeon where the tank forgot that I only have one heal spell at level 20.
I hate those guys. I have a water gun! Also, I turned down the heat. I need to get more Mirror of Darknesses before I start doing the big heat stuff. Ow! Damn, music is still too quiet. Ow! Death Blast is literally only useful for those fucking rats.
Without pain.
But I'll take it.
Wretches.
I don't think it works. Ow. Damn. Anyway, I don't think the damn Death Blast works when I smack him against a wall.
Sweet. I'll take what's mine.
A daddy hammer.
You dare?
I dare many things.
Come and get it. Payback.
You waste my time.
Ugh,
Finally.
that's pathetic. This is a terrible build. Yep, I should have taken the splash cast.
Have to reload first.
Oh, I fucking hate when they get fucking stuck. There we go. Oh, goody. Oh, they're so good. They're all so good. But I'll take explosive fire.
Good stuff.
Whoop. Down you go. Well, that happened.
Delicious.
Blast.
Hello, Meg.
Ever stubborn, are you?
Your whip's not.
Maybe person. Let's not get overconfident.
I'll get wherever I want to go. Ow.
Alright, you wretched shades appear.
God damn it. Damn, I misguessed.
No, you don't.
Drizzling shit of a fucking build. Harumph! Harumph!
I did it. This holds some sort of power, but for what? My keepsake
Do
collection.
bathe yourself in
That's what that
magma
contractor
when you get to
ordered.
Asphodel.
God awful, drizzling shit of a build.
Wealth.
Ow, money!
Purge boons for coin. Next floor. Good. Hot up here.
God damn it, this fucking build is Christing awful.
Onward.
How has there not been any more boon drops? What the hell? Oh, I fucking hate this gun. There you are.
Right there.
Oh, God.
Focus.
Terrible.
Care to provide? Not bad, huh?
Fuck it.
You're going to like this. Ah, you found me,
The sea god's might.
Party
That's the
boat.
Barge of death. Come and get it.
Ow.
Just couldn't take the heat back there.
Shades.
I listen. Surprise.
Whoa, whoa.
Cheers, Hypnos.
So you
I have. Hey, Achilles.
This really is.
Thanks so much, sir. Hey, look at what I got.
The drink of... I see.
More payments.
You keep it.
Good talk. Good talk. I just... Thanks for all
The lounging.
It's better than nothing. What's new?
Yes.
Go with the gemstones.
Ooh, and a nectar.
I'd better try some.
We each have our...
I understand.
The house...
I know.
What was that about? Hey, mate. Here.
Oh my, but...
You're too kind, mate.
Oh, hello, Zach.
How about the...
Oh, fancy.
That's a lot of gemstones. Nick?
You know you're...
I'm very grateful, Nix.
Cool.
Hey,
That's one of the tougher bastards to get.
Thanks.
Might want to check your stats to the straight.
Calm down.
That's just it.
Come, Segius.
Oh, would you look at that?
What in blazes?
How many do I have? 5.
Grant me the aspect of Nemesis.
What's all that racket over there?
Grant me the aspect of Achilles himself. Grant me the aspect of Chaos. Grant me the aspect of Chiron. Grant me the aspect of Talos.
Aw.
New addition to the old collection.
Well, let's hope that Ares will give me something.
Time to go.
Say all the...
I can't. Crushed.
That was quick.
Power of Olympus. Alright.
Carrying chaos! Yay!
Darkness. The Fathom. Wasn't all that hard to find, really. I'll have to withstand the winds of chaos to extract the benefits a few chambers from now.
Gems versus darkness. We need gems more, so up we go.
Who dies next? I'll hang on to these.
You. We need more death defiances.
Hello, sir.
Hey, Prince.
I don't think she'll...
Sure thing.
Cheers, mate.
Within the...
Lots of wretchedness to go around, I guess. Let's go, lads.
The ultimate fucking kite build.
You're hanging out with Ares, are you?
Special call threshold. If I had had fucking what's it called? Oh well.
Time to feast. Give it up. Right.
Yay!
Should fetch me something.
I hate how hard those little fuckers are to see. That one.
I think I hear the river. Charon's shop.
Oh, I don't have enough.
How's you doing business?
The info.
That would be me.
God damn it! Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off! God damn it! Fucking Christ! God damn it! I just want a good run. Ugh.
Hello, boss. Anyway, here.
That's the stuff. Hey, Charon. Great. I'm here, Meg.
Hold it, Zagreus.
Just because...
You don't.
Whoops.
Try this. Wretches of Tartarus to me. I'll make you pay. And that does it.
Yes.
Ugh.
And I shuddered when I picked this up. Try a different one.
Seems the Fury failed to do her job.
The path from...
Going up. Thank you.
If I've caught any shit. Yeah, fucking think so.
Be there soon, Bone Hydra.
God, nothing shortens my temper quite like having to pay so much money. Not to mention I'm worried about Chip. Because he deals with surgery so well. The worst part is, there's nothing I can really be mad at. It's like nobody's fault. He had the damn thing when we got him. There was nothing that could have been done. So it's like there's no blame to be fucking assigned. It happened.
Perfect gift. Let's get out of here.
And I hate that I don't
Julian
have...
Sorcerer. Well, technically, we could have picked the other dog.
What, fucking Sugar Baby? As energetic as she was? We would have ended up getting rid of her. Not to mention, I didn't feel the same connection with her as we did with Chip. I mean, did you? Let alone that god-awful name.
Phew.
Julia Sorcerer. No, and I know you didn't either. I'm just saying, that was the only thing we could have done to mitigate all this.
Yeah. Well, I don't want you thinking I'm blaming you, or I'm blaming Chip, or I'm even blaming the doctors, even though Gramps says that they're charging us way too much. I think he lives in Texas. So I'm thinking the market might be different up there. I know for a fact it's more expensive in California.
What's going on? Alrighty then.
That one. Damn it.
Should help keep me going. Kieran. Wait, you don't have to... I don't know what to say, mate.
Gotta collect them all.
The Witch's Circle.
God damn it! Ah! Fuck off! And that's why I picked Sturdy, because I had a hunch these cunts were gonna fucking come through.
I'm out.
The act of
In the name of Hades.
After an ass stomping like that, you hit your ass, I'm taking the fucking threshold.
That must be one of those infernal troves.
I've heard so much about them. And not to mention, a game is just not fun when it's fucking you as hard as this game appears to be fucking me today and last night. It's just royally frustrating. Which is fitting, given that Prince Zagreus is a prince. Lol. Oh, fuck off! Christ! Didn't know that could happen. Of course, of course, of course! Why the fuck not?
Mine now.
I'm done. Oh, fuck!
Got to keep at it.
Sun Seal, get mad.
Get on it, Hypnos. I'll dispense. Guess what?
Oh, I'm doing my hardest, son. I am trying my fucking
Let
hardest.
anybody in or out of this place, do you, boy?
Blooded.
Father,
What would you...
It's awfully.
look, if you...
Sun Seal, demand to see Life's manager.
Next.
I don't want your damned lemons. Sun Seal.
Right?
Sousa,
I'll fight.
you are
I do indeed.
Wow.
Since Father's not paying us any heed, what say we go with this assignment, contractor?
I give the orders around here.
Sun Seal, who am I? I'm Tay Guy that's gonna burn your house down, with Tay Lemons. Sun Seal.
I am the bad man.
Can't blame you.
Oh, I didn't mean it.
Sure.
Yulia _ Sura, are you implying that my husband is a Kevin?
Our strength combined surely cannot be stopped.
Whoa, those are some paws. You like those mittens, huh?
I'm back, room. Did you miss me?
Next fucking disaster. Don't know why I bothered trying to fucking talk to the guild. They never give a shit about what I do.
Sun Seal, I'd love to see Max go full Cave Johnson. Sun Seal.
I don't get the reference. Mm-hmm. Play the same fucking game. Whoa. They added slots. Of 8 dice? That's a lot. mystery box. A boom! An extra heart. 35 gold. Well, in inventory, you will find boss room 1 earlier.
Sun Seal, there you go, Max.
3 keys. Mana elixirs. Two absolutions. Convert souls into soul hearts. Well, given that I don't have any more souls, I
Sun
can...
Seal, I put it in reactions. I know it's short, but it's gaming history.
What, me getting that fucking angry? I've gotten that angry before. Where's random? There it is.
Sun Seal, no caves lemon rant.
Ah. Have I beaten... Okay, I've beaten death with him. I have not beaten death with him. Attack speed per heart container. What the fuck is all this?
Sun Seal, Tiny Rogues update reset everything.
Ah. Bonus at close range. Grants a soul heart for every 1,000 souls. What in the crap? Oh! And what's with the potions?
Sun Seal, hold V for Eustace Flagons all Dark Souls like.
Really?
Sun Seal, they refill 1 heart.
So now we have Estus flasks? That seems kind of easier. Was the game really that hard for people? I'm so lost. We're going yoke. Maximum turbo yoke. No.
Sun Seal, they now have booze rooms.
More dosh. We need bombs. Ah! Bro! Fucking bones, man.
Sun Seal, dice rooms now give you random, multiple, dice.
Why is he being so generous? Fills a health flask, yeah. I notice he's being a lot stingier with the fucking leveling stuff. We need the heart.
Sun Seal, he added 4 more classes.
How do you get them? And why don't they show up? I know he was going to add more, but I know the 2.0 update isn't out yet. Jesus. Yay!
Sun see all. You can see them in the main menu. I chase it forget how.
There we go. I feel like I should shift from this to Isaac. Ah! They got rid of the infinite booze buff. Boo.
Sun see all. He even added something more to the end, unless it's always been there and I just never saw it.
Oh shit. Health flask recovers an extra heart plus 2 points. Now it'll go super fast. Boo! 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 These are all drizzling shits. DE. Ugh. Boo! What'd I get?
Sun see all. Take one for the Ponbra Ogre.
Oh, there it is. +5. Okay.
Sun see all, or not.
Oh, right. I keep forgetting that's a thing. When the weapons are so dog shit, you don't even fucking remember to take one. Good thing we're not on a timer. This will take forever. Oh, I thought that said rake! I was gonna say. Ah! Stop trying to get me to do a dex build. You can fuck right off with that shit. Not happening. I'm a warrior, not some fucking leaf-loving elf. That's in a different build. Why do I want a magic weapon? Cut it out with that shit. Ah! Forgot about that. There we go. This isn't as fun as it used to be. That makes me sad. It's not as tight as it used to be. It's a lot looser. And it's not as difficult as it used to be, too. think this dude's been listening to the fucking Steam forums too much. Whoa!
Sun Seal, those may not be lemons, but they are combustible carrots.
Alright, what we got? Okay. Yay! Well, that's kind of useless. Oh well.
Sun Seal, I love the permanent Twilight branch.
Oh, I should have bought it for later. I have got to get a better weapon.
Sun Seal, remember to check your dice bag for room rerolls.
By the power of the pylon. Finally, Christ, give me a weapon! Jesus. That is not a weapon. I don't even have a fucking bleed weapon. Yes, give me a...
Sun Seal, choose life.
Gonna have to. Oh, thank God it's not the fucking... It's not the fucking bee. As annoying as this boss is, the bee is way worse.
Sun Seal, you'll get a better weapon next floor.
Ow! Shouldn't I be doing extra damage considering I'm using a throwing axe? Ow! Oops. Oops. I'm not good at dodging. Gulp. What the fuck is this? Uh-oh. Bro!
Yulia underscore Sura, could have thunk. The blind man can't dodge. P.
Right? Weird, isn't it? Hey, I didn't die, amazingly enough. What the fuck? We will drink. I see what happened. He made the back half of the game much more difficult.
Sun Seol, so this is a secret set of boss fights if you get the Jungle Pylon event.
Ooh! A druid Bible. A partisan. Oh, that's horrible. But I'll take it. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Terrible range, but great damage. I will take it. Splendid. You go here. You go here. I'll take that. Damn. Beef. Yes, beef. Ooh. What the fuck? Give me that. I feel like this thing was supposed to be slow. 'Cause it's not. Yeah. God damn it! Thank you. A random accessory. Well, that's my accessory, and I like it.
Sun Seol, but it is slow, compared to everything else you've gotten so far.
You know, I think we'll get a better one. It's Kenneth and Argyle! Wow, that was a thing. Come on, Argyle. Time for you to go away. Yeah. Well, shit! I was very correct in my assessment. Need more gold. This isn't slow. It's slow compared to my axe, but... You're not a cool samurai like me. What'd I get? A
Sensi all. BTW, the 4 adventurer signs have reset again too.
Huh? I got a whetstone.
Sensi all. The adventurer signs is the start of a floor.
My vicious partisan +4. It does lots of damage. A gift box. No. Oh. All right, Santa Claus.
Sensi all. By sake.
God damn it. Thank you. Why? Also, I don't have any money anymore. If only I did bleed. Poke, 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 poke. Oh, to hell with it. I need those damn perks. Brawl, rampage, adrenaline. No. There we go. Defy death, +3 times per room. You can and do not have armor. I'm poor. Whoa! I'm slightly less poor. Oh, but I want stuff for melee fighters, and I have keys. Well, shit. It'll sell. Damn!
Sensi all. Just wait. You will get a great weapon near the last floor.
I already have a great weapon. Whoa! I got dice assistances. Rerolls upcoming rewards. A random helmet. Okay, we're gonna go with the helmet. See, look! Tons of damage. There we go. That is better. I go poke. Fuck off with that, man. Demonic Shell. What the hell does that do? And I don't have any armor anyway. So fuck off. Ooh, pretty.
Sun Seal, you need shoes.
Ha! Peg leg. Yar. Yar? R? Damn. Game, why you gotta do me like this?
Sun Seal, Fiddle D.
Oh, I gotta go with the Giant Slayer.
Sun Seal, I told you you'd get a better weapon.
That range is shit. But, wait. It might not be. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, no, it's really not. See, I knew the debuff was gonna push it way over. What the fuck is a purging stone?
Sun Seal, purging stones remove curse.
Oh. I don't have any curse. Whoops! I misread that. Ow! Fuck! Would you... There we go. How suicidally dangerous was that? Well, you fuck...
Sun Seal, you do have a curse. You got one from the Demon Chicken, unless those are temporary curses.
I did? It doesn't say that. Wow, I cannot believe I dodged all that. And that. I hate the fucking teleporters. A butcher's cleaver. Oh, now I get the fucking bleed damage. Huh. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna compare. And we don't have room for it anyway.
Sun Seal, ha ha ha.
There, now we do.
Sun Seal, use the purge stone.
Whoa! Oh, right. I can run into people. Bonk. Why in God's name? Hey, big man. Ow!
Sun Seal, another crystal fight.
Yep, I saw. It's a lot easier to see. Come on, Ultros, fuck off. Don't care, just tanking. Sometimes all you can do is just tank. Retro. Fuck me! All I can do is just keep tanking. Wait, what? Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow, that's a lot of range damage.
Sun Seal, so did I tell you that you can kind of tell when you'll have a mimic fight?
Huh. Oh yeah, the more gold I get, the faster I move.
Sun Seal, the chest will have these two things that either look like eyes of vampire fangs.
Right. Whoops. Where's my mouse? There it is. Didn't think so. It's a Dargon! I am more than a little amazed I dodged all that. Yeah, that was more what I was expecting. Damn!
Sunseal, how are you inflicting fire dot on him though? XD.
That's a good question, actually. Damn! Okay, yeah, they definitely made the later game much harder, so that explains what he was doing, okay. I don't have a problem with that. Sure. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fucking AoEs. Whoops. Whoa. Fuck it.
Sunseal, remember you have a dice bag.
Oh yeah. Damn. Well, how the fuck am I supposed to know, or how am I supposed to remember all this shit? Ugh.
Sunseal, should have gone for the shot.
Yeah. Can't even argue. Okay, now I'm gonna die. Poke. Bro. Oh no, I died. Part of the problem with this game is I've unlocked everything, so there's no need for me to do anything. That was a ding. What was a ding? And also, there's no more characters. Oh wait, there are.
Sunseal, ding means save.
Oh! God damn it, I've done a bunch of these. Oh well. Back to Hades.
Sun Cial, Soldier Wizard and Mystic are new.
Alright, let me load up Hades again. Ugh. I just can't fucking stand when they give me such shit builds. And it also pisses me off that all these motherfuckers are, like, way more popular than me. And they don't need any of the money that we need. Oh, and I hate that Reddit is so fucking
Julia
terrible.
_Sarah. Oh, Lord, are you trying Hades again?
Well, yeah, I rested, and I'm gonna give it another try. If it fucks me again, I'm going right to Final Fantasy and reacting to funny shit. And in case you couldn't tell, yes, this is me being mad at myself for being a useless cripple and not being able to do more. The fact that Chip needs a fucking surgery, and all I can do is beg like a goddamn hobo instead of actually doing real work. This is the closest thing I can do to work, and it pisses me the fuck off that I can't do more. That I'm not allowed to do more. So all I can do is hope that my self-rage will entertain you enough to give me money. All you people who are watching who don't have money. You know, I know the score. I'm not an idiot. I know how these things go.
Alright, one more time.
Shit, son, I know if you had money, if you were fucking...
Sun
if you
Cial,
were...
do this more and maybe you'll get those hashtag allies that the grifters get.
Fucking Christ. Right?
Might of the sea.
See? All I needed to do was...
hate yourself more.
Ha! No, I need to be more of a victim. That's how that works. But no, you see? I fucking take a break, and all of a sudden I'm getting a good build. Not a great build, but you know, gave me something I could work with.
For safekeeping.
That one.
Come on then.
Need more gems. My favorite thing about the splash cast is the AoE. Holy crap, I'm so fucking angry that I'm getting a white floater in my eye. I gotta calm my blood pressure down. But in theory, because I vented my spleen about, you know, being a useless cripple and how pissed off I am that I can't do more to help my fucking dog, well, the wife's fucking dog, hopefully getting that out of my system will help. Dude.
Next. Perfect. Ready for me?
What kind of sucks is I actually did get a donation, which I didn't actually think I'd get. And I should be happy about that. I just hate that I have to ask people. I feel like a thief.
Good enough to eat. I can take it.
Ugh, damn my personal pride. Also, I tried signing up for Twitter. That's how desperate I was. And
Sensial, Max,
Master
main god,
Chaos.
breathe.
Everyone makes offerings to their relatives upon Olympus.
I even tried to remake my fucking Twitter account to ask there, and I couldn't do it. Like, it asked for my email, and then it asked for a fucking other thing, and I didn't have the username. Like, it was gone. So...
Sensial, your pride is gonna give you a heart attack.
You're probably right.
You and me.
Whoa, whoa. None of that. Shit. God damn it. It's my own fault.
That's what you get.
So you're Sunday.
God damn it.
Sensial, asking for help isn't begging. Stop trying to be so southern.
Ha! It's asking for help because I'm not allowed to do it myself. And it's being disallowed that pisses me off. Of course.
Oh, damn it.
Every so often, the auto-target thing will fire off in a random-ass direction, and I won't know why until it kills a bunch of enemies I didn't see. I love when that happens. That was not one of those times.
What do we have here?
Sensial, I'll say this much. Being disabled must really give you a newfound respect and sympathy for old folks, huh?
Yeah? I'm envious, man. At least they fucking had it. It's like Brad. As bad as his life is now, at least he got to live his life before he was told he was useless by the country.
My boon from chaos is transformed.
Yay. What are people's problems with the elderly? I never had a problem with old people. Like what, do people think they just bitch for no reason? See, I never understood the whole disrespect for the elderly. Oh, Lord.
Charon's shop.
Give me that.
Should come in useful.
Give me that.
Hey, what's
That one's tempting.
Let's got to say. Brilliant.
Oh, wait. Hey, I can afford this one, too. Ooh.
Can't get rid of me, Meg.
And there you are.
I'm sure he.
I have known. You can't hurt him.
Sun Xiao, it's not that others have problems with old people. It's that so many older people have that lifetime of pride and self-sustainability. Snatched away from them due to a failing body. They're grumpy, mean, or hateful because of it. Kinda like Stardust George.
Kinda like me. That's probably why I get along with George so well. Like, don't worry, buddy, I get it.
Touch this.
Touch what? Fight my drunken fist!
This is...
Be seeing you around.
Man, and I was worried that I wouldn't have any self-rage after figuring out that my body actually was capable of doing things and that my hatred of it was kind of misplaced. Oh no, it turns out I've got a lot of reasons to hate. Oh yes, indeedy. Let's do this.
Should help. Any boons worth giving up?
Oh. Oh wait, that one's worth giving up. Fuck that thing.
Oh, that's cold. Closer to the surface. There. Made it to Asphodel.
So on my reaction videos, oh damn it, I missed the thing. I have a video just for the wife, because the wife used to be a dancer, you see. And the video is about how the fat acceptance movement has gotten into ballet. Because that's a logical, you know.
May I help you?
That's a logical leap in, you know, how these things are supposed to happen.
Yulia underscore Sura, the fuck?
I shit you not.
Sun Xiao, you have loads of reason to hate. Just remember, wrath is the problem. Rage is righteous. Wrath leads to suffering. Yulia underscore Sura, what poor male dancer is going to die trying to catch a whale?
The one who doesn't want to get canceled, I guess.
Let's bring you in on something. Okay, so long.
Ah! The thing of it is, son, is eventually I'm gonna get hate and rage tattooed on my
Sun Xiao, a soy
wrists.
one. I'd go just to watch the crunching of bones.
Right?
Oh, good choice there, hon.
Ah!
Feeling better already.
Well, Drunken Strike got upgraded, and that's
care.
a good one.
See you next time.
Yeah, I'm gonna get hate and rage, because hate is the unfocused form of rage. And yeah, rage is the focused form. The healthy one, the one that, you know, the one that allows for proper proper productivity. The problem is, because we got this news today...
Chad Vegans eat rooms.
Betas eat soy, Chad vegans eat shrooms. Fuck. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the problem is that we just got this news today, so I haven't really had time to process it. And I had hoped that a lap would, you know, be enough for me to process it.
Out there.
As it turns out, nope. But oh well, that's what the stream is for. It's trying to get money. At least with the stream, I feel like I'm doing something. Which is why I like doing them so much. Oh, there you are, you little fucker.
Did you know that Mario is a vegetarian?
I did not. When was that? That doesn't seem very bobbity-boopy of him. Because I believe if you were a vegetarian in Italy, you'd get laughed out of the fucking country. Don't you fastball special me, motherfucker. Harumph! Show you what for.
All clear.
Special, reward value. We'll do that one.
Get me out of here.
Fuck. Did that actually happen? Ow. Dude, what the fuck? That is some bullshit, man.
Yet.
I don't even know what killed me. I bet it was one of those waivers.
Ouch. Right. Again? Right. I found another.
Between us. Makes sense.
If that is...
That's probably bad news for me. You had enough to eat lately, haven't you, boy?
Oh, hello.
If it's any I've come for questionable deals. Good deal. Here's the fee. Just what I was looking for. Here's your nectar. Nix must be someplace else. You know some? Wreck my... I think I need my bow.
No, you don't, Zag.
Which to choose?
But we're gonna take it anyway. This is definitely the last run. Then I'm going back to fucking... Then I'm going back to Final Fantasy and reacting.
Hi, Aphrodite.
You're going to love it.
My heart is full.
Please, Daddy Hammer. Shot through the heart, but you're too late. If I sing more, I'll get fucking demonetized from YouTube. Oh wait, I don't make any money on YouTube, so they can go eat a dick. Nevertheless, best to keep on good practice.
Sometimes I...
Blah 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 blah. Yes. I demand chaos. Where is Parent Chaos? Well, I'm an idiot.
Sunseal, in the Paper Mario games the vast majority of dishes are meatless. The only real meat Mario is seen eating are Varios eggs and their recipients, the Wackus Bump which is a glove of damaged flesh that pops off a mole creature, and the hot dogs from Blitzville.
And those can be made out of fucking anything.
A palm of power. Can't do that.
Bullshit, you can't do that.
Sunseal, even his favorite, spaghetti, has no meat on it.
I wish I could make a joke about how, you know, that's why he's such a yes man or some gay shit like that, but... I can't even be mad. The bro's so heroic, if he wants to be fucking... If he wants to be a vegan, yeah, whatever.
Tombstone. Just great.
Ah! God damn it! The thing is, this drizzling shits.
Sunseal, Mario is the embodiment of the man doing what he has to do. Even when he outright says, I don't wanna Sunseol.
Fuck.
Hello, sir. Hey, quick question.
Not seen... Not to worry.
Oh, thank you. Uh-oh.
You
Splash
really think you can get out of here?
Whoops. Fine now. At least I'm picking up some coin.
Big dick on campus coming through.
A few more moments.
I trust they need means to at
Now
least.
collect.
Daddy Hammer, come on, instant shot. Splash Dash is the best. It's just a straight up shove. And that is all sorts of my thing. I'll show you how to shove, fatty. I'll take the chain shot. I will not argue with that. It's not the rapid fire, but chain shot is damn good on its own.
Damn you.
I don't like how low of a range that has, but whatever.
Me again. Yeah, might as well.
Interloper!
Don't call me names.
Let's make this quick.
Useless.
There we go.
This thing's really hit or miss whether it's gonna fucking work or not. Whatever.
Where to? This ought to help for sure. Kieran's shop. I'll take it. Fine. Oh no.
What do you do?
This place can't...
I'm not your...
I dare lots of things. Fuck off. All you had to do was leave me alone.
Blood and...
Got you that time, Meg. Blood.
Someday I will be useful.
Keepsakes hold power. Okay. That's enough Tartarus.
Someday I will be able to bring in real money.
needs.
Like, I'm legitimately tweaking my exercise regime so that I can stream more, so that I can try to make more money for Chip. Instead of doing 4 laps, I'm only doing 2. Well, I might still do 4. I don't know. It'll depend on how I feel, but on days where I can't decide whether to do 2 or 4, I'll decide 2 over 4 so that I can stream more so that I can get more money for Chip. Speaking of, let me just check my my thing. What the fuck? Oh, I see how that works. Okay. So let's go to email. Let's go to that one. And let's see if our guy who donated to us has said anything. Because I asked him if he'd please spread the word. Because god damn, does the word need to be spread? He did not say anything. Well, it's not too much of a surprise, to tell you the truth. Female coworkers give a hilarious phrase to someone who has a ton of kids. She has a clown car for a uterus. That's a good one. I'll react with a rolling face. No pushing them fuckers around, Jesus. This motherfucker!
I'm rich.
Push you right into the fucking wall. Hey, and I have 187 gold. That's very timely. Honestly, I don't like being this angry. I don't feel like I'm in control, and I don't like that, but hopefully it makes for good, you know, stream material so that I can fucking make some money. I say as it won't work at all and only work to give me a fucking ulcer. Like, I actually know the score. I'm not a fucking idiot. Because I've done this before. Worked myself into an ulcer. Honestly, my hope is that by tomorrow I'm calmed down. And I can just get back to normal. Just kind of letting today ride, you know?
The searing. I do enjoy dead people's fineries.
I don't want that. It's crap. Well, maybe you can give me a cast.
Sunseal, if only you could earn money by playing video games.
You'll not do so.
I hate the power couple.
Until next time, gigantic growth.
My favorite one.
Sure. Heals for reals.
Sunseal, carrot.
Yeah, for whatever reason, because I'm not Asmongold or, you know, other people like him. That's the thing that pisses me off. Whenever they ask the really successful people, they don't have any fucking idea how they did it either. And it's not like I'm jealous of them, I just wish I knew their fucking secret. And it seriously sounds like it really just is luck.
I feel stronger.
And my blind luck doesn't work like that. Wish it did, but it doesn't, and that sucks.
Eurydice,
Yeah, what do you...
Problem with
who watch us?
Just singing to... All yours.
Really hit the spot.
After party and splash dash. Thanks.
No urns permitted in this chamber.
Sun Cial,
We can use
dollars for
this.
Dark Souls, pesos for Postal, pounds for Portal, rupees for Zelda. Sun COOO.
So honestly, I know what I need, and my wife's not gonna like it. I have to expunge all of this. And I can't think of a good way to expunge it that just isn't an ungodly amount of sex. But we're both sick with the flu, so that doesn't exactly work. And I mean, I can't gorge. I mean, physically, I can't gorge anymore. I'm in the middle of fucking shrinking my stomach. So I can gorge even less than usual. Okay, so the fork shot is paying for itself in spades. Run away! Oh, I always get hit by one. Honestly, I'll probably be over this by tomorrow.
How many of these are there?
It just pisses me off that I'm so limited in what I can do. And that nobody on the internet, you know, all these fucking people that say they care for animals, don't give a shit about my dog. Because he's a shit bull. Yep, he's totally a shit bull. Totally a baby eater. That's what my boy does. We even got him a chain. Make sure everybody knows he's a baby eater. God, I hate society so fucking much. I'm so glad our vet gets it, though. The vet and the vet techs. They understand that we're not fucking choking the little guy every fucking time we take him out. We're just trying to get him to stop lunging.
Just don't go to sleep stressing over it. You won't sleep well and you wake up with a migraine.
Ah! Don't go to sleep Oh, yeah. No, definitely not.
Good, no more heads.
Yay, I can get the rod of fishing. Honestly, I'd be surprised if the wife hadn't turned off just because I'm pissing, I'm stressing Chip out. Because he always gets stressed out whenever I get whenever anybody gets angry, really. Although, on the other hand, he might be downstairs waiting with the guys playing fucking Magic and shit.
Much nicer climate.
Daddy Hammer! Oh, damn it, I missed another one.
bow.
Yay! I might win! We need money. Wait. 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 Do we need money? Yes, we do. Oh yeah, that's working a treat. Boing, 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 boing. That's what I'm fucking talking about.
Good enough.
If I win, I'm gonna be stunned.
How bad could it be?
All right, Regis, get to work.
I'm quite surprised that worked as well as it did. My first victory might be with the fucking bow.
Flame wheels.
The only way that could be better is if it was with the damn sword. Then again, I know that I'm the only one that hates the sword. Everybody else like, oh, it's such a great weapon! In the butt.
Who doesn't love this stuff?
That one.
Always a pleasure, Charon.
Oh, right, I don't need that. Oh. Oh! Well, isn't this interesting? What could go wrong? I actually feel like this is going to be the helpful one.
You think you can brush me aside like that? Well, I think I can crush you into tiny little bits. Let's see who's right, shall we?
Oh, let's.
Aphrodite won't appreciate this.
Oh, I knew it'd be fucking shielders. Ah! Yep, I'm about to have a bad day.
No.
Ah! Dude! This bitch is pissed!
Love and jealousy go hand in hand, don't they, dearie?
I really hate her so much.
This. Well, go on, String.
I'm just passing.
Names of the...
Take care then.
Well, then, it's yours.
What now? You're late.
Whoa! I literally didn't see them.
Should be useful.
one time I actually don't mind these little guys. Ooh, lad.
Remain exactly where you are.
Of course.
They had their chance.
That's that. Thank you, mate.
The thing to... Oh, feel free to stay, Poseidon. I was just explaining what an idiot you are, though you're able to articulate this best.
Shit.
Thanks, you two.
That worked. Holy crap. Now all I have to do is not die.
Gentlemen,
Hello, Theseus.
So,
besmirch.
silent.
You'll gain no closer from me or my good companion over there. You shall have what you came to see.
I hate when he fucking stalls.
I swear I'll get you yet.
Ow.
We're not finished.
Are you yet careful for the inevitable end to your foul quest?
Goddess Athena, lend to me your strength.
You are unwelcome in Elysium.
Lame. Hate that fucking bow.
Oh, I want a rematch now. Maybe.
You again.
Hey, boy.
The venerable.
Always feel better talking to you, boy.
She is gone.
You mean mother?
This is my
Sorry, father. I'm not afraid of you. Here are the gems. I positively cannot wait to see what sorts of foul creatures I'll dredge up with this.
cheap blessing from Poseidon and stick and nothing more.
The more I know about the boons I'm offered, the better off I'll be.
You won't be better off, believe you me.
Orpheus,
Why? And I am true.
Greetings, Chef.
The ancient.
What's new? Could always use more keys. Fair and square. Hey,
Whatever.
nice.
Leave me alone.
Nyx,
Your mother.
I think I turned out okay. Thanks, Miss Dusa. And there she goes again. Phew, felt that. How's it going?
Boy, out. Little tip.
Thanks, mate. Malphon the Twin Fists. Let's say we crack some skulls. Malphon hungers.
Alright. What the fuck? I'm guessing the Mario movie isn't good. Big fucking shock there. Alright. Let's go FF14. That's not right. Ugh, God, I fucking hate this new thing. I don't know if it's because I'm getting older or what, but now my hands and feet sweat like mad now. They didn't used to. Like, never, ever did my hands or feet ever sweat, ever. Now they can't seem to fucking
Tyler Hoot,
stop.
how is it going?
Hey, Tyler. Well, as you can see, Chip needs a shit ton of money in his surgery, so he needs a mass removed from his shoulder. And I am trying to raise money because I am a good owner. But since I can't work, this is all I can do. So I'm gonna... let me go use the restroom real quick. Let my wife know that I'm about to start that reaction vid that she'll want to watch. Who's that dog? Well, Chip went downstairs and laid down on the couch. For whatever reason, that dog loves listening to them bitch about magic. Let us react to the most toxic sport the most toxic sport is becoming body positive, ballet.
The ballerina, light, feathery, slim, and known to be extremely poised, primed, and the highest level of class. But there's no secret that in the world of ballet lives a dark and twisted lifestyle that leaves many saying the industry is extremely toxic. People fear that the moment a young girl slides her toes into her first pointe shoes, they will be on the path of an eating disorder and forever chasing a beauty standard that has led some to death. But is this true when it comes to all ballerinas? Are times changing when it comes to the beauty standard? Or are we still living in the times where thin is in? Today we are exploring the toxic world of ballet and answering the question, is ballet changing their standards in modern times where body acceptance is in an all-time high? Is body positivity affecting the strict nature of the art of dance? And is this very poised and uninclusive industry adopting the all bodies are beautiful mantra? Sit back and relax while we dive deep into what some would consider the most toxic sport, ballet.
See, I looked skeletal in those videos. I was 96 pounds. I was obsessed with what I was eating.
My hair was falling out in massive clumps.
Yeah, you'd be dancing for like 6 hours a day, if not more. And we got one lunch break. And during that lunch break, the teachers at the school would walk around and monitor our food.
Ballet is a very structured dance originated back into the Italian Renaissance courts of the 15th and 16th centuries and spread from Italy to France. Ballet became entertainment for people who had money. In fact, they dictated what was appropriate when it came to ballet because the royals, well, they funded it. Literature and music used in ballets were created primarily to entertain the aristocrats of the time. Catherine de Medici and Balthazar, alright, we know damn well I'm not gonna say this name right. We're gonna put this on the screen and you guys can pronounce it whatever way that you want. But they were responsible for presenting the first court ballet ever to apply the principles of Bates Academy by integrating poetry, dance, and music and set design to convey a unified dramatic storyline. So pretty much the early organization, the development of court ballet was funded, influenced, and produced by the aristocrats of the time. Aristocrats were the superiors, you know, they were the nobles. And controlling the art of ballet fulfilled both their personal entertainment and also their political propaganda need. They got everything done at the same time. As you can imagine, ballet has changed since the 15th and 16th century when it comes to outfits, the stories, the way they dance, and the styles compared to modern times. And what seems to be the most popular style of ballet is classical ballet. At least it seems to be the most respected, and that's what I want to focus on today. Classical ballet. Classical ballet has a formula. It has rules that must be followed. Otherwise, it's not classical. There needs to be order. and that order must be followed. Must tell a story, often a fairy tale involving a boy and a girl. Plot with a problem to be resolved by the end. Number 2, must have costumes and scenery. Number 3, must have music, and the music must go with the story. Number 4, must have folk or character dance. Number 5, the female dancers must wear pointe shoes and tutus. Oh, but wait, there's an extra one. It's more of a unwritten rule, you know, something that's not listed but definitely suggested and usually applied. One must be thin. In the 19th century, the body standard for what is beautiful and acceptable for a ballerina was very different than what you are probably used to. Curvy women were more accepted and were not expected or really even wanted to have toned legs or even being thin. Back then, thinness kind of meant, well, it did mean you were sickly and poor. You know that. The dresses and costumes were loose and not as close fitting to the body, unlike leotards today. So what happened? I have always looked at ballerinas as very thin, super frail, you know, like as light as a feather. Well, George Balanchine was what happened. Balanchine was one of the most influential choreographers in the 20th century, and his specific choreography was made more for the slim and light ballerinas. Many of his choreography had the woman being thrown and had her jumping and being lifted and just spin, and the men having to catch them. And these beautiful, effortless looking moves became very popular among many. And as you know, if you're having a good response from your audience, you just keep going with it. And logically, it is easier to throw a petite, small woman than a woman with more body. Through the years, as the clothing got shorter, tighter, and more risque, more of the body would be shown. Therefore, for the sake of beauty and aesthetics, less body fat became more of just a full-on rule. And like many say, it's very important for safety reasons. You know, the whole throwing someone big thing could be pretty damaging for someone on the receiving end. You don't want the receiver wrist to break when they are receiving a very heavy dancer. Back then, they didn't have the best medical care, so they were naturally trying to play it safe, people, okay? Is that really fat phobic? Many say yes, but at least ballet seems to be everything phobic. You pretty much seem to have to be damn near perfect, especially back then. As I dove deep into ballet and read more and more about ballet, as someone who is an athlete for sports
I don't even have any fucking reaction to this. This is just fascinating.
more like track, volleyball, etc., etc. With my sports, we focus more
Sensi
on
all.
form,
So what you're
speed,
saying is,
power,
athleticism is why ballet is skinny. Okay, so it's a good thing. Hashtag end the curve.
Ballet is one of the small amount of sports where appearance is just as important as your technique and poise. And if you don't have it, you don't have it. And this goes for men and women. A woman cannot be taller than her partner, otherwise she's out. And a man cannot be shorter than his partner, otherwise he's out. You can't be too fat, but you also can't be too tall. Uniformity seems to be extremely important, and if you stick out of the crowd, you are an outsider. When you're doing partner dances or group dances, everything has to be perfect. Everything has to flow. And some schools even have a weight limit rule. If you gain too much weight or you are too heavy, you can't graduate from the dance school. And Russia gets a little intense with this. The Moscow State Academy of Choreography, also known as the Bolshoi, this school has charts and about 15 pages that details the medical conditions, congenital conditions, and acquired conditions that make any student unfit for the academy's pre-professional curriculum. Pretty much saying if you have any of these problems, you probably don't have a chance and you should probably not do ballet. Many say they do this to weed out the weak and or people who don't naturally fit into the sport of ballet.
Sensi all.
And
I don't have voice. I have
some
pros.
people were just
A trans like
built
me ain't got no time for these hoes.
ballet, and some people were not, at least professionally, and we'll get there soon. Don't you worry. I know you probably are having a little things to say about what I just said, but like I said, they are not all inclusive. Let's get to these charts.
That's good.
A girl who is 160 centimeters, aka 5'2½", me, should weigh 39.6 kilograms, a whopping 87 pounds. That is, I'm almost double that? That's really tiny. A girl who is 174 centimeters, 5'7", must weigh 49.8 kilograms, 109.79 pounds. There's
Sarah,
also only a tolerance of 1 kilogram that you can gain. Any girl who weighs over 50 kilograms,
the Russians are insane,
is not permitted to participate in pas de deux class. And if you're a foreigner, you are held to even higher standards. So you have to know that according to the chart in the above illustration, the 5'7" Russian girl can weigh up to 109.7 pounds. But according to the chart below, for the foreign female who is 5'7", they can't go above 103.6 pounds. Why? I don't know. Maybe they don't want foreigners there? And you will be told if your body is not up to par. It will be critiqued just as that posture. This type of environment really up many dancers mentally, as many people get into the industry very young. So if they're getting judged pretty much on their body, they are pretty much judging their own body as they go home, and they could become very body aware. There was a rise of ballet dancers starving themselves, being severely underweight, and battling anorexia due to the extreme pressure to fit this ballet beauty standard that George Blanchard set. And unfortunately, some did not make it. Aesthetic sports. This means this type of sport will not only focus on your performance, but also your outer appearance, and this usually means leanness. Gymnast, dance, swimming are some of the few sports
Yulia_Sura.
that
This is
will
why so
also
many
take
primal ladies have
looks
died.
into accountability.
Thank fucking
When
gods I had a good German teacher who didn't give a fuck what those damn Ruskies thought about classical ballet.
20% higher chance of developing
The
some
Russians
sort
are
of
insane.
ED.
We all
Heidi
know
Noel Gunther
that.
would unfortunately be part of that 20% and end in a demise that made many dancing schools start changing their tone when it comes to critiquing bodies. Heidi Noel Gunther was a young San Francisco ballet dancer who had a very promising future when it came to ballet. During a family trip to Disneyland while getting gas, Heidi's mom heard a thud coming from the back seat. She assumed it was her daughter performing one of her flexibility feats, but when she peered to the back, she saw Heidi's body arched back and head against the door with arms and legs perfectly straight, blue eyes wide open and gurgling from the mouth. Heidi died of cardiac arrest at the age of 22. Before Heidi's death, she was told to lose weight by the San Francisco Ballet School in 1994 and in 1995 by artistic director Anna Marie Holmes. Holmes allegedly encouraged Gunther to lose weight, and she eventually got to 110 pounds. But that wasn't enough. The more weight Heidi lost, the more roles she would attain, and soon she got promoted to the Boston Ballet in 1994 as an apprentice dancer at 93 pounds, and she was
Yulia_Sura. Germans are insane in their own way. Wrist length black leotard and full leg tights in summer.
Her body, Heidi broke her foot but refused medical treatment. She feared that she would lose her roles if she stopped performing, so instead she just reduced the amount that she was performing and they reduced the amount of activity, and because of this reduction, she eventually gained a whopping 5 pounds. Apparently that's a lot at this time. You guys know the whole 90s thing. They were very thin back then. The Boston Ballet has said they did urge her to not lose any more weight in an evaluation, and said the company was worried that she may have an eating disorder. In fact, they were so worried that she might have an eating disorder, they didn't revisit that discussion anymore with her and decided to just keep giving her more roles the thinner she got. That really showed that they cared. Holmes, however, told Gunther before she left for summer vacation starting in June 1995 that if she didn't lose the 5 pounds she gained, she would not gain a contract.
They need something to make them feel like an artist. And they need to be loved. And they need to be nurtured.
Good lord. Fucking... I am this side of being anorexic. Which sounds weird. But you haven't seen how anal I am about what I eat. The wife can tell you, I'm extremely anal, but I still eat. I am slowly decreasing how much I eat. I'm getting down to where I can eat 4 cups a day. That's it, 4 cups. And that is not very much. But I'm not, like, exercising to the length...
Sun Seol, imagine that. The 2 countries that had an entire history of nationalist body purity have stupidly high standards for dancers.
Garsh! And, the funny thing is, when I started the weight loss thing, I warned the guys chat, hey, if I become anorexic, please let me know. But I think I'm doing it... Well, I think I'm doing the diet thing the proper way. I'm changing how I do things. Like... It's not a diet, it's really hard to explain. But however I did it differently this time, it sure is working. But one thing I'm not doing is I'm not beating myself up when I fail. I've stopped doing that. Because I'm 210. That's still really good. And also still kind of heavy. Like today, my guts were burning. Like,
Yulia_Sura, a lifestyle change, that's what you're looking for.
yeah, that's...
The stupid thing is, my brush with anorexia was not due to ballet, it was due to maternal family. Go figure, right?
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, your mom is crazy, we all know that. But, like, I'm not over-exercising, I'm not under-eating. Well, I mean, you could make the argument I'm under-eating, but I'm not starving myself. I'm definitely not. When my stomach tells me to eat, I eat.
Yulia_Sura, no, grandma in that case.
Oh. Oh, yeah, okay. So I see, these women, and it's like, God damn. I thought I was going hardcore. I ain't got shit on them.
And if they're not loved and nurtured, they're like anything else. They wilt and die.
After Heidi's death, a stash of laxatives, herbal diet pills, and even medication to help people lose weight was found in Heidi's possession. Heidi's death was the start of some recognition of the issue in ballet when it comes to the pressure of being thin. Many companies started to treat EDs as top priority. Instantly after the death, many American ballet companies changed their policies or offered extra information about eating disorders. As for the Boston Ballet, they started nutrition counseling, on-site therapists, and wellness seminars to help with the weight control. But did this really stop teachers from making comments to already thin women to get thinner so they can supposedly perform better? Obviously not. But surprisingly, I didn't find an outpouring of stories of ballerinas who died from this specific ED. Before I started reading about this, I thought I would find way more than just one main story and then a few others. So I was thinking, if weight is so important in dance, slim shoulders, no hips. I saw comments even from past instructors saying when you jump, you don't really want legs to jiggle because it distracts the audience from the story and the flow, the whimsicalness of the art.
I can see by the size of the thigh, butt mounting in the air. Hush
Sunseal, Ed, how many men have ever died from erectile
dysfunction? You don't
dysfunction?
want to stick out from the crowd when you're doing group performances.
See, when I started hearing ED in relation to all this, I thought that's what they meant too. I was like, why the fuck are we bringing that up all of a fucking sudden? Saved playlist. Reactions. Saved playlist. Reactions. Okay. I found 2 new videos. So... just need to do this really quick. Boop. Boop. And there we go.
This is because it takes away from the flow. If all of that is so important, what about bodies that are just genetically bigger? Oh yeah, apparently the beautiful arts of ballet is quite racist.
To be a black ballerina today is extremely difficult.
Then why? My body isn't made to drive a fucking car. You don't see me trying to fucking drive a car. What? Where the fucking mouse?
Many people believe that there is no difference when it comes to people on the inside. We all bleed red, or we don't see color. Well, in the ballet world, they most definitely do. And keep in mind, scientifically, black bodies seem to have an increase of bone and muscle mass compared to white people. Back in the day, many black females would have the stereotype that their physiques were more masculine because of the naturally broad shoulders. Many black women also had protruding buttocks, bigger thighs. In fact, there were many attributes as to why blacks were not welcomed in the industry. The feet are just too big.
Or too flat for the classic line required for ballet. The black people's bone structures are too large. The buttocks protrude way too unattractively. Black dancers tend to rely on instincts rather than on the technique of the classics. The black skin would just destroy the illusion of symmetry of the corpse de ballet. Blacks generally don't relate to serious music. They listen to jazz, not the classics. They just can't relate to classical ballet. Black dancers would hardly be capable of identifying with an art that began in 16th century European corpse.
Is that why they say Obama's wife is male to female?
This list prevented many blacks who succeeded because they were allowed to be even into one of these schools. So the black people took it upon themselves and started various different schools for black dancers. But unfortunately, none of these companies ever achieved wide acceptance, and no black dancer in those tropes ever was able to join a white classically oriented company. Anthony Tudor, a choreographer and the associate director of American Ballet Theater, believes that classic ballet is too tradition bound to accept blacks comfortably. And I quote, "Classic ballet," he declared, "has become known as conventional white ballet. We are so conservative and the public is not yet acclimatized to seeing blacks in ballet." He then goes on to explain what he means. "It's rather like chess pieces. The blacks on one side and the whites on the other. It would be very strange indeed in chess, and presumably in ballet, to mix the pieces." Oliver Smith,
That is racist as fuck.
"The position of the spine, the carriage of the black dancer is not classic. But I've never looked at the black figure that much." Didn't even look their way. Not even giving them a chance. So pretty much it became a very white person sport, as you physically were not built for it, and many wouldn't give the black dancers attention or like a little bit of a chance anyway. You stuck out in a non-classical way, so why would they even rush to do this if they had no chance?
Wait, what's
There was
based?
one woman who had good enough arches and slim enough shoulders to be accepted into this very unaccepting ballet world, and her name was Janet Collins. Was an accomplished and acclaimed dancer and choreographer who broke the color lines with the Metropolitan Opera in 1951 when she made her debut as the leading dancer in the
That didn't sound based. That sounds racist as fuck.
Met's production of Ada. She went on to become the first African-American prima ballerina with the Metropolitan Opera. Yes! 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 Anyway, so through the years you had your sprinkles of black ballet dancers, and there's still not very many
That's what
in
you were
modern
supposed to say
times,
at
but
racism.
there are more
XD.
who are motivating.
We are not on 4chan.
All 4% of them. And girls who participate in classical ballet, such as Misty Copeland. Misty Copeland was the first African-American female to be promoted to principal dancer with the American Ballet Theater in 75 years. Many blacks still feel that many studios seclude women and men of color, and many black communities are coming up with their own form of ballet, and they're calling it Hiplay.
My name is Homer Hans Bryant. Founder and director of the Chicago Multicultural Dance Center.
Homer invented Hiplay because he saw a lack of interest when it came to ballet from black children.
Christ.
How can you get black children interested in this sport that he absolutely loves? He found himself eventually at this rap concert. Everyone was just dancing and singing and having a really good time, a very good community kind of time. And he said, if only I can bring rap and ballet, the black kids will come to me. And it worked. His idea soared. If you want to get black kids,
Don't say it like that.
just pair it with rap. Snoop Dogg figured that out. You know, we learned that from him with his affirmation rap for children.
Homer, but he's not yellow or Greek.
Today is gonna be an amazing day. See? You just rap it and then you live it. You just gravitate towards it. I don't know, it's the black skin or something. I am now gonna have an amazing day. Thanks to Snoop Dogg and whatever the fuck that is. I didn't know he had a little kids show. And many black ballet dancers notice a huge difference in the environment, obviously, than the classical schools that they were going to.
I grew up thinking that I couldn't do ballet because of the color of my skin. At my old studio, because I was African American, I was often overlooked until I came to CMDCs when I really learned that there was something off. I'm grateful to Mr. Homer because he's shown me that I can do anything.
Many people who are in the dance community and enjoy classical ballet have criticized Homer.
If I were black, I would be offended as fuck about the idea of, oh, just put rap in front of it, they'll love it. That's dehumanizing as fuck. That's like saying, you know, just put a blind guy in the movie. The blind people will shut the fuck up about it there. It's, no, what the fuck? Why would anybody be proud of that?
Homer and are a little irritated about his Hiplay.
I think some people get mad when they see us doing hip play. It's not traditional classical ballet.
Don't fucking call it that.
Make sure to correct them. No, darling. It's not ballet. It's Hiplay. No,
it's stupid.
It's how we empower our kids. It's how we empower the world. Hiplay is so freeing and so open. So there's a different culture here.
So we've covered the evolution of the black ballet dancer and how it's getting a little bit more inclusive. But with the rise of body acceptance, all-inclusivity, and people want diversity, I was wondering, has there ever been any fat professional ballet dancers? Any obese ballet dancers? No. Short answer. But with the rise of social media, plus-size ballet dancers are getting some well-needed attention from people on Instagram and TikTok.
You need to be skinny if you want to dance ballet. especially for a main role. I suggest you lose some weight.
Sun Seol. This tonal shift is kinda jarring. Educational history, sudden black slang flair, back to historical education, back to black slang flair.
My next guest became an online
Right?
star after video of her practicing her dance technique went viral with more than 15 million views across social media. At 15 years old, she's now a role model.
There we go.
Women. Take a look at today's super kid.
Izzy is a 15-year-old dancer who stunned audiences looking at their phone as she performed a ballet move that you would normally see a thin ballerina doing. Lizzie has danced since she was 5 and started getting very serious when her mother passed away around 9 or 10, where she would practice 4 nights a week. Dance became an outlet where she could release her emotions and perform something that she really enjoyed despite her size. And she was good at it, and the more she worked, she naturally improved.
When people say I'm a plus-size ballerina, I don't really like it. So I can do what everybody else can. I don't think I should be in a specific category.
Okay, wait. This is very sweet, and she's doing a great job. I really like. I checked out her TikTok and her Instagram, and she's a very good dancer. But
Sun Seol, Jesus Christ. Jim Sterling is de-aging.
I
Sun
watched a
Seol.
few performances and saw girls getting lifted off the ground, girls getting lifted and then flipped over. Can she do that? You know, it might be outdated, but that old dude, George Blanchard, said it's dangerous if you're too big. Does that still hold up? And I'm not too sure how many dancers are watching or if you wanted to critique this, and I have to say, I absolutely hate for those judgmental 1940s freaks to be right. But remember when they were talking about the flow and uniformity and everything needs to look the same for it to kind of just have that whimsical feel? As I watched Lizzie, as cool as it was to see someone of her size doing really cool moves that I usually see very thin people
Sun
doing,
Seol,
when she
yes,
was
it holds
in
up.
the group, it
Unless
just
you are
didn't
too
seem
big.
to flow. Like when I watched the other group,
She is very distracting.
a very slim body type, or at least they have the same body type.
It would be just as distracting if she were fucking black.
It did seem to look just at her, like she definitely stuck out.
Or if she wore a fucking blindfold, or if she had a fucking tattoo.
Different from everyone else, I would compare her to everybody else, and it seemed that she struggled compared to these slimmer dancers. I also noticed that she normally doesn't do classical ballet group dances, and when I went to her YouTube channel, she does all solo dances. Personally, for me, learning about the industry and the format for classical ballet, I started to question, did those past people have a point? Was it racism? Probably yes, because that was back then, but are they going with just the majority that are there? There is obviously a lack of black people and fat people. If there was a group of black ballet dancers, would it break the uniformity having someone who was
Sun Seol,
white?
if you want to be a famous fat person,
Dancers,
just learn
would
opera.
it look
Damn.
odd having a thin woman?
Right? They're all fat there because they've got the padding to belt out them fucking words.
In the performance. Ballet is about uniformity, not inclusivity. And on TikTok, it's all about being all inclusive, and many people want to change in the ballet world.
Too much! We're destroying the world and killing the turtles! The hell with the turtles! No one insults the turtles!
The question is also kind of extended to when did you start experiencing diet culture and like fat phobia?
Yulia
I
_Sura.
started ballet
Then
when
why
I
are the
was
most famous
5,
opera
and
singers
my
all white
siblings
women
and
from
I
Europe?
danced ballet, and I was constantly surrounded by anti-fatness and just, you know, you weren't allowed to be fat if you were a ballet dancer.
Now, I definitely think the ballet community praises thinness. Most athletic sports will reward you if you fit the look and dance well, but I do have questions for the people who are critiquing the community when it comes to the lack of obese or overweight dancers. What exactly would you like to change? Is it the body talk, or is it the fact that you want more representation? Do you want them to change the definition of what classical ballet is? I'm very curious as to how would ballet change for the people who want it changed. As I was looking into ballet as someone who was very critical of it, since I am black, I'm not thin, but as I learned about it and watched performances, I saw differences in what it looks like when there's an obese dancer. And as an athlete, I'm someone who believes that not every sport is for everyone. Not everyone is made to be a ballerina, just as not everyone is made to play football, sumo wrestling, bodybuilding. Some people are genetic gifts to certain sports and some are just not. For example, bodybuilding, bikini category. You cannot have striations or be too lean, too big, especially big, bulky legs. I have done quite a few bikini competitions and went all the way down to 108 pounds, and I was still told I was too big. Many hate the bikini category and demand they shift their criteria. And do you know what they said? Your genetics won't let you be great in this sport. You either dangerously diet down even more or find something you can fit in. And very similar to the ballet industry, some people do dangerously diet down to a very severe weight, and others find a category that fits them or find a completely new sport where it's not focused on the body at all. What I'm saying is, you're not meant for everything.
Vasquez?
Yes, Master Remy.
I need you to train me in martial arts ASAP!
I am sorry, Master Remy, but I cannot train you.
What? Why not?
Certain people are not cut out for the martial arts. We all have dreams that will never happen. Forget them and move on.
I understand that many of the people on TikTok and anti-ballet forums will speak from experience of that one ballet teacher that said, "You're too fat for ballet," and that's horrible. But no one can stop you
LOL,
from
it's
doing
machete.
ballet. Maybe.
Let me see here. Oh, it's machete. See, I wish they had told me that I wasn't right for martial arts. I'm right for a very specific kind of, like, I would be good for wrestling, and that's about it. Anything grappling I'd be good with. And then, like, for, I could do, like, weightlifting and shit, because for whatever reason, my body develops muscle insanely quick. So, you've got to find what you are naturally inclined towards. Don't fucking try and piss in other people's fucking Wheaties.
You can't excel at it or be a pro, but not everyone can be a pro. Plenty of people never are going to be a professional bodybuilder without taking drugs. Is that stopping many muscle mommies out there from lifting weights? No. But I'm sure you visualize ballerinas to be poised, light as a feather, thin, and frail. The last thing you probably think of is athlete. But let me tell you, as someone who thought similar and decided to try a few ballet workouts from ballerinas like Maria Corvera, Ballet Misfits, finding various bar classes on YouTube, once I found those to be extremely hard and I have no clue what's going on, and watching documentaries on the training regimen of a ballet dancer, these people are athletes. They can crush me with their legs and smile while doing it. And many professionals are speaking out and saying that they have to fuel their bodies just like any other athlete to perform well in their sport.
Yeah, duh. Athletes don't
being
start.
a ballet dancer, when people, hopefully not to this day, but a lot of the time in the past when people think of ballet dancers, they think, oh, they don't eat, they have eating disorders, they're this, they're that. And I think that it's important for us to understand that we are athletes, and that's why I emphasize that so much, not to make us seem less than or that athletes are better, but we have to take care of our bodies in the same way that athletes do.
Misty Copeland is a ballerina who constantly talks about fueling
Sensi
your
all,
body.
Sue.
I mean,
You don't
she
need a
wrote
swole
whole
tomboy
book
GF.
on
Just
it,
get a ballet
and I
dancer
bought
to
it
crush your
right
head like a
there on
melon.
my shelf. It was an easy read, y'all. I am celebrating a non-conventional and muscular black woman doing great in the ballet scene, but the book didn't tell me anything I didn't know. But maybe if you are new to the game and want ideas when it comes to recipes and see how she sets up her day, you might want to check it out. Especially if you are a ballerina and think you need to starve yourself when it comes to excelling in your sport, it might be very helpful to listen to a ballerina who doesn't starve herself. In fact, communities that aren't even focused on looks inspire people to have eating disorders. Oh yeah, the long distance community. I didn't find stories of coaches telling runners they need to lose weight or their thighs jiggle too much. Many people in the industry just see people do well in their sport that are thinner. Because if you're light, it's a lot easier to move your body rather than if you were heavy, which is why you see sprinters being a lot bigger than long distance runners. Many people who have these ED tendencies tend to overdo cardio. They enroll in sports such as long distance running that has them doing way more cardio than needed to achieve a physique, and a sport that does not even bring up physiques.
So it wasn't starving, but I was completely obsessed with what I ate, and I worked out like a fiend. I would do cardio in the morning, I would do cardio at night.
So it had me questioning, if we change ballet as many people are requesting and not talk about bodies, will that solve the ED problem? People will still notice thin dancers being lifted and them not. The thin dancers will give the illusion of being light as a feather, and people who are not in the body positive world will still compliment the thin physiques more than they do the obese. So do we really need to focus so hard on demanding a change in a sport that most likely won't change much? Or should we be mindful that certain sports we shouldn't get into if we have a tendency to fall into the ED path? Should we make sure to talk to our children about their bodies, eating healthy, fueling your body for your sport, and the realities that you won't excel at everything you do, but that's not stopping you from doing it? Should we be aware that in every sport, activity, or community, there will be someone there that will say a rude or nasty thing, but we shouldn't let that comment have us do unhealthy practices, and we should start really highlighting the athletes that talk about eating healthy, fueling your body, and working hard at your sport.
And I would say that from my experience,
Damn.
you know, 15 years as a professional dancer, that it's really, really difficult
That was a fucking pose.
to actually perform and have a lasting career if you have an eating disorder dancer. That it's really, really difficult.
Many critique ballet for having an unrealistic body standard and promoting thinness, but then in the same breath, many will applaud dancers who are also physically unhealthy. They demand change but want the change to also still be people who do not have a healthy relationship with food. Are there problems in the ballet industry? Of course. In an industry, there will be issues, but is it as toxic as many people say? From my perspective, I was expecting it to be a lot worse.
Sensial.
Many
See,
seem to
she looks me
focus
at Jim
on the
Sterling.
negative. They think because they had a horrible ballet teacher who called them fat, every dance teacher is like that, which means everyone has to eat. But there are many professional ballerinas who are telling people eat food and trying to break that stereotype of ballet. I saw so many videos like this, but I will focus on Scout for Safe's video, Every Ballet Myth Debunked.
Common question I get. All ballerinas are teeny tiny skinny people who don't eat. They never eat anything. Like ballet dancers eat nothing / starve themselves. Eating disorders, body dysmorphia.
Scout realizes that the dance industry has problems when it comes to thinness. She even says she struggled with it a bit herself. Most dancers do.
Eating disorders, body dysmorphia, I think it's something that dancers struggle with. I can say I've struggled with looking at myself in the mirror and just being like, ew, I don't like that. But our generation is becoming so much more knowledgeable about health. We're understanding that, you know, the starving yourself and then trying to get a full performance out, like that's just not possible for a human to do that.
And I agree. Many people in the sports world in general are noticing the food they choose really affects them and their performance. Under eating, overeating, it's all going to affect you. And if you're not eating, you won't be able to perform well.
You need fuel, damn it.
10 to 7 with an hour break. And you're eating a lot of food because you need fuel for that, but you're working your body so hard that naturally you just become lean.
This is great that athletes are talking about healthy eating, making sure they are eating for their sport and paying attention to what they're eating and staying in tune with their body and how it affects them.
I think one of the biggest things that people don't understand about dancers is like we're so in tune with our bodies. You're eating a bunch of salts and you feel swollen the next day. Alcohol wise, I really don't like to drink a lot of alcohol, especially don't do it during the week. Alcohol is super dehydrating to the body, so I'm not going to be drinking while I've got a full 2-3 hour show that night.
But of course, in the world of body positivity, and healthy is considered a bad word, obesity doesn't exist, and everyone who is skinny has an eating disorder. And if they aren't pounding cheeseburgers or Little Debbie snack cakes, then they must have an ED.
She looks like a cunt.
Abby Sharp is adamant about reviewing diets of ballerinas, and she will say things, well, I would be hungry if I ate like that. Therefore, they
she's a
most
cunt.
likely are hungry and they have a problem. She doesn't say it like that exactly, but she will give the impression to her obvious certain type of audience who all say that everyone has eating disorders all the time.
I feel like fainting just at the thought of attempting a pirouette on just that.
The woman Abby was reviewing mentioned that with her soup, depending on the day or how she's feeling, she will have some bread and some farro with it, but today she's just gonna skip out on it because it might be too much wheat for her. And as someone who gets issues from wheat on occasion, depending on just what's going on, I took it as, oh, maybe she doesn't want to be super bloaty because she dances all day. I'm someone who will eat very, very light if my workouts are gonna be explosive. If I'm swimming, running, jumping, you don't want to have big meals or anything that's gonna make you super bloaty because it just affects your performance. But Abby took it as, oh my god, she's an athlete and she's not eating carbs.
Oh, god damn it. I've actually started to get that. Not like I notice if I've noticed, I don't do it anymore, but if back when I would gorge properly, it was a lot harder to walk it off after the fact. I don't get bloated as such, but there are foods that work better as fuel than others. Like my crackers are great for coasting me through the rest of the day. Like if I'm still super hungry after I've eaten and I've done my walks, or say I'm in a lot of pain, the salt from the saltines will help. Fucking noodles, potatoes, dense stuff. It helps carry me further. Basically, all my food is all about getting nutrients in me and giving me fuel that will slow carry me through the day. Because high energy fuel, like fucking protein and meat and stuff, meat is really good for me in terms of like keeping my stomach acids happy, because these things are fucking ragers like the rest of me. But in terms of day-to-day, I prefer vegetables and carbs or starch or something that will give me a coast, because that's what works best for me. And whenever I give anybody advice on how they can lose weight and dieting and shit like that, I tell them, listen to your body, give it what it wants. And if you want dopamine, that means you're addicted to crappy processed dopamine food. I know, because for the longest fucking time, I was addicted to crappy processed dopamine food. It has a tell.
Sun Xiao, I have issues with food. Even when eating healthy, I will plow through an entire plant of celery as a snack.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same way. Well, I was the same way for a long fucking time. The wife can tell you, she made me absolutely fucking gigantic salads, and they're healthy. But so much of it, The only way that I was able to do that, son, and the only way I was able to beat my gigantic stomach was I had to shrink it. And unlike the healthy people, I didn't shrink it little at a time. I shrunk it chunks at a time. Big chunks at a time. Until it was down to where I could eat, a bowl of, a regular-sized bowl of food, like 3-4 cups per meal. And then recently I decided, I'm gonna take it one more level. That's it. Instead of a big, regular-sized bowl, I'm gonna do 2 smaller bowls, 2 cups. So then I'll eat 1 regular bowl of food a day. That's my goal. Not
Leah _ Sura, he would eat an 8 Cuban pesos bowl, overflowing, of salad. Even I still do a quarter of a lettuce when I'm in a mood.
Yep. And the only way you'll have to beat it is you've got to shrink your stomach, and that's what gastric bypass does. It is what it is. Either you shrink it the natural way, like I forced myself to, or you go, gastric bypass, bariatric, lap band, whatever the hell, they're doing nowadays. These kids with their lap band surgeries and shit. But, I made myself laugh. But it depends, son. I mean, if you want to lose weight bad enough, you will find the willpower to do it. You will force yourself to do it because you want to lose weight that badly. For me, you remember, it was the doctor, and then it was Chaz in general, and then it was, well, let's see how far I can take this. I'm not saying that you need to find something to hate, because I don't expect that to work for everybody. I didn't expect it to
Mom
work
got herself
for me.
the original bypass. Stomach stapled.
Yeah, I think my mom did too, and it didn't work for her. Like, it gave her an infection or something, so they had to remove the staples.
Sun Xiao, her dietary health has been utter shit since.
Well, that's kind of a thing. You have to keep up with it. And I don't mean in terms of amount, I mean in terms of what you eat. It's hard because there's so much processed crap. I wish I knew how I got off the processed thing. I don't have any tips. The only thing I can think of is I didn't do it for a while. And then when I tried to do it, because I had a bad day, it didn't work. It was, a month? Maybe 2 months? 3 months? I don't know. But I don't know what I did. So, best I can tell you.
A lot of thoughts. First
Sensi
of all,
I can tell you what killed your processed
I
pleasure.
don't think I would ever characterize
Huh.
one small piece of bread plus a little farro in a soup as too much wheat. These are both super healthy, nutrient-dense sources of whole grains. And for an athlete who is exercising for 7.5 hours a day, those carb needs are pretty high.
She never said she doesn't eat carbs. She just didn't want the fucking
Sensi
farro that
all that
day.
garlic of Derek's
Many
rewrote your
people
food
like
DNA.
Abby Sharp will
Sensi
hint
LOL.
that an individual has something wrong with them if they skip a specific food occasionally. Scout had a perfectly fine explanation for skipping out on it that day. She is a professional ballerina, so she needs to be able to perform comfortably. Something that bothers me is that there just seems to be the stigma that all ballet dancers have problems. My sister's friend did ballet and she had an ED, therefore everyone on YouTube does. I know I'm talking about Abby a lot in this section of the video, but she did just that in this video.
My mom was actually a professional ballerina, and she used to tell me that her teachers would throw dishes at her for not performing to
All
their
that
standards.
garlic
If
of
you're
Derek's
totally
rewrote.
So clearly,
That's
it takes
great.
a lot of control.
Derek would
and
appreciate the hell out of that.
something every day that gives you pain.
And clearly everyone's experience is different. Everyone will have a different teacher, and clearly there will be bad ones. Just because your mom's feet bled every day, and that was some sort of accomplishment to her horrible teachers, doesn't mean every single ballet teacher is like this.
A lot of dancers have normal feet. They look pretty good to me.
I think this comment sums up what I think about Abby and many like her. I think she looks at people's diets through her own ED lens and fails to remember people have different goals, lifestyles, and not everyone has a bad relationship with food. And this is what I found that bothers me about ballet when it comes to people critiquing it. Anyone who had a bad experience, who got a rude comment from a shitty teacher, or accumulated an ED thinks that is everyone's experience. And when people speak out and say, I had a great
Sensi all,
experience,
grip purse for
they
free.
aren't believed. People say, nope, you have issues because I did. There are so many positive role models in the ballet space that I wasn't expecting to see, and I'm personally going to focus on them. They're extremely motivating. And like I said, not every sport is for you. You won't do well in everything. That doesn't mean you can't do it, and there are plenty of non-conventional ballet dancers proving just that on TikTok. But what do you think? Do you think that the dance world is just everything's bad? The whole community is completely toxic, and if you step your little tootsies into this world, you're going to get an ED? Or do you feel that times are changing for the better, but at the same time, this is an industry that a lot
Sensi
of
all,
people that
did you get your
already
penis
have
outfit
some
yet,
sort of
Max?
body issues
I did
get
not.
into, and then it just flares all the way up. You tell me in the
I'm
comments
still
section.
trying to get my
I hope you enjoyed
mount.
doing this video. I hope you guys enjoyed.
Then I can do all the
learning
extra
about
shit.
ballet. Remember, you do not have to be.
Also, I don't know where to get it.
Having big biceps is great, but not needed to be healthy. And to do ballet, you do not have to be extremely thin.
Do y'all want to know something crazy? I am a professional ballerina, but I am not considered to have a ballet butt. Because I have some junk in the trunk and a pair of boobs, I'm not considered to have a ballerina's body. It's 2023, it's time to change that stereotype, and that's my job as a professional dancer, to change the narrative around bodies.
Ballet is a great sport, especially if you want to just do it as a hobby, as it has improved my posture, my balance, my core strength. It's very, very fun, and I hope maybe you guys do some of the activities or some of the workouts that I listed
Yulia
in this
_Sura,
video.
Grit
I
Eniac,
think
the
you'll
amphitheater.
really
It's the
enjoy
LVL
it.
15
So until
requirement.
next time,
Goes until the 10th.
I'll see you guys in the next video.
Oh shit, I better get on that. Okay, so you guys get to choose what's next. Do we do How to Eat Like a Healthy Person, a Binge Eater's Guide? Or do we move on, or do we go back to The Hobbit is Not Very Good, an Unexpected Analysis Part 1, and then we go into the Rings of Power stuff? Basically, do you want to go serious or do you want to go silly? Because I'm fine with either.
Yulia _Sura, you have 5 days, and it takes all of 30 minutes to do the whole holiday event. Sensi all, Hobbit.
What do you think, hon? You want serious or silly? Because that one was way more serious than I thought it would be. I thought it'd be goofy. It was not goofy.
Yulia underscore Sura, if Sun wants Hobbit, give her Hobbit.
Dwarves don't...
So, I grabbed this. The Rings of Power, the Rings of Power, the Rings of Power, all of the Rings of Power, and then a final analysis. That'll be fun. What the fuck? Oh.
Speak up.
Well, in that case, lead on.
Alright, okay, so that was quick. The dwarves now trust the elves
Sunseal,
enough to
not
eat
all black
their
people
food.
can be silly like
Also,
Cat
I have
Williams.
no idea why
Max, you
Gloin is
racist.
the one making this
Sunseal,
video, and Thorin is
Yulia
clearly
underscore Sura,
extremely
I'm not
suspicious
arguing
of
with
the
her.
elves.
She's bigger
I
than
can
me and from
only
the south.
assume
I will
that this
lose.
is so as to allow the elves into Rivendell without having Thorin explicitly okay it. Anyway, this next part I find rather amusing, as it very clearly depicts the cultural differences between the elves and the dwarves. And then, it just keeps going, and getting more and more absurd. So Dwalin, the most rugged and intimidating of the dwarves, is presented with a bowl of salad and frustratedly exclaims,
Where's the meat?
This is
Where's the
certainly
meat?
a worthy line that also serves a purpose in the story. Unfortunately, we then get two further lines from Ori that serve exactly the same purpose and further reinforce him as being a character that I cannot take seriously.
Try it. Just a mouthful. I don't like green food. Have they got any chips?
Jokes aside, there is very obviously something wrong with Ori. This isn't me being an edgy YouTuber, there is simply no other way to read him. He behaves as if he is about 5 years old. And I'm sorry, but Thorin's line earlier...
I would take each and every one of these dwarves over an army from the Iron Hills, for when I called upon them, they answered.
does not go anywhere near far enough to explain why the hell he has decided to take a toddler on a dangerous and important quest.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Anyway, we then see Keely flirting with an elf before telling Dwalin that...
Can't say I fancy elf maze myself. Too thin. Not enough facial hair for me.
Firstly, how dare you objectify women in this way? You aren't allowed to speak about a woman's physicality in 2023. Oh, wait, yeah, this came out in the before times. In the long, long ago, when people were allowed to act like people instead of like terrified
Sunseal,
mice.
I don't like
tiptoeing
green
around on
food,
the eggshells
yet
of
would totally
social
eat a
media
dragon,
and cancel
even a green
culture.
one.
Secondly, Keely says that he prefers women with a bit of meat on them and some facial hair, which, as seen earlier in the movie, is what dwarf women look like. Given this fact, it makes the decision to have Keely look like he just lost a walk-off to Derek Zoolander seem even more jarring because of the way he talks about dwarven beauty standards. Anyway, then he comments...
Oh, that one there's not bad. That's not an elf, mate.
Yulia underscore Sura, nah, the green ones have gone off. You want a nice red.
Remember, children, it was not that long ago when massive blockbuster movies were allowed to make these kinds of jokes. As for whether this joke is a good one, this is another question. I can somewhat buy the idea that Keely, who is evidently inexperienced with elves, may confuse at a glance an elf male from an elf female. They are both tall, thin, beardless, and have long hair. However, Keely has also just said that he doesn't find tall, thin, beardless women to be attractive, so why he says this elfman is not bad is pretty confusing. Anyway, the dwarves then all laugh at Keely, who is embarrassed about outing himself as a homosexual. Nothing like a good laugh at someone else's expense. Good for building character. And because this version of Keely was written in the late 2000s, Keely does not cry about it on Twitter and then neck a bottle of bleach. Moving swiftly on, we see Elrond telling Thorin about the sword that he found in the troll cave.
Forged by the high elves of the west. It'd serve you well.
Thorin accepts Elrond's words, but does not respond. Elrond then asks Gandalf why they were on the Great East Road, prompting Thorin to leave, presumably because he does not want to discuss the nature of their quest with Elrond. Then, because we need more comedy, we get this.
They're surprisingly cultured. These are the descendants of the House of Durin. They're noble, decent folk.
Change the tune, why don't you? I feel like I'm at a funeral.
There's only one thing for it. There's a merry old man beneath the oh, the ostler has no ring, a sawing in the middle. So
You see, it is funny because the dwarves act in exactly the opposite way to how Gandalf just described them. The problem I have with this is that even though dwarves are brash, loud, and rude, this does not and should not mean that they act in this way in all places and at all times. Elrond has gone out of his way to accommodate them. He has given them food and he has provided entertainment in the form of music. Given that the dwarves are loud and inconsiderate and very much fish out of water in experiencing elven culture for presumably the first time, I can totally accept them complaining that the food doesn't contain enough meat. I can also totally understand them finding the music to be boring. I have far more of a hard time accepting that they consider it acceptable to start pelting food everywhere and jeering like they're at a pub. Yes, I know that they behaved in exactly this way earlier in the film when they were in Bilbo's dining room, but my assumption was that these were characters, not caricatures. In Bilbo's dining room, they had been told that there would be lots of food for them by Gandalf, and they were also all meeting up for the first time before starting their quest, hence their raucous behavior. Here in Rivendell, Elrond has been an extremely welcoming and gracious host,
Sunseal,
and their
The Hobbit,
response
or
is to throw
How Peter
food
Jackson
all
fucked
over
up
the floor
Tolkien.
and at their statues.
I'm pretty sure it was mostly New Line who fucked up
Have
Tolkien.
been seated at what appear to be children's tables, as regular tables would of course be far too large. Okay, so Gloin really likes food. Elrond can be a dick, is diplomatic and polite, and is welcoming and generous. Thorin doesn't care if he offends Elrond. Dwalin does not abide soil food. Keely thinks he is a ladies' man, but is insecure about his romantic disposition. Cut to later that evening, where Thorin, Balin, Gandalf, Bilbo, and Elrond are all discussing the map. This next part, unfortunately, very much reminds me of many of the interactions in Rings of Power. Thorin states that
Our business is no concern of elves. It is the legacy of my people. It is mine to protect, as are its secrets.
this is all very consistent with his beliefs. However, the reason why this feels very artificial and unnatural is because we are expected to believe that prior to this scene starting, Gandalf asked Thorin and Elrond to come with him and have a chat. Why he also asked Bilbo and Balin, I have no idea, but I digress. Upon being pulled aside by Gandalf and told to bring the map with him, we have to believe that at no point prior to standing in front of Elrond did Thorin voice any kind of objection to this. He waited until they were all standing in the same room because that is where the scene begins and that is when the camera starts rolling. This is a small problem, admittedly, but a problem nonetheless. The other question that this scene raises is to what degree is it realistic that Thorin would reject assistance from elves if it would aid in his quest to retake Erebor? As depicted, this scene suggests that Thorin's dislike and distrust of elves in general, because remember he has no history with Elrond, outweighs his desire to retake Erebor and return the dwarves to their rightful home. The only thing we can assume is that Thorin does not believe Gandalf when he claims that Elrond can help them, or that Thorin is unwilling to risk it and would rather look anywhere else for help than seek assistance from
doesn't
an elf.
Liek soil food.
This all
Wait,
makes
wait,
sense
wait,
given
back
his
up, Kronk
history,
man.
and it
Is that the
lays
one
out
guy said he
very
doesn't like
clearly
green things,
what
but
his
he wanted chips?
priorities
You know,
are.
French
Let's see
fries,
if they change,
made of taters,
and
a
if
soil
they
food.
do, what
Right?
causes them to. Anyway, once again, Gandalf is
That was my
frustrated by
thought.
Thorin's stubbornness.
Save me from the stubbornness of dwarves. You stand here in the presence of one of the few in Middle-earth who can read that map. Show it to Lord Elrond.
So, what happens next is
Julian
rather
_Syrah.
confused.
Yeah, not even
Upon
going to blame
hearing
Jackson on this
Gandalf
one. He
reiterate
actually
that
wanted to limit it to a
Elrond can
two-part film
help
pair,
for
but was
the
overruled by the
third
studio,
time,
who had tasted
Thorin
glory with Lord of the
decides
Rings
that
and worked greedily
actually,
trying
you
to
know
recapture
what,
that.
He will trust Elrond, suggesting that the only reason he said,
Our business is no concern of elves. It is the legacy of my people. It is mine to protect, as are its secrets.
was to remind the audience of his view of elves. The writers have spent a lot of time establishing Thorin's perception of elves and explaining why he feels this way. And yet, with a nudge from Gandalf, he is willing to trust Elrond.
Alrighty then.
The other part of this that is confused is that Balin attempts to stop him,
Sorry, no.
suggesting from out of goddamn nowhere that Balin
Sunseal,
hates elves
so they were being
even
Disney
more
before
than
Disney got their
Thorin.
hands on Marvel.
I would argue that
Yeah.
it would have made vastly more sense, and what would have been built on what we already know of these characters, would be to have Thorin be absolutely steadfast against showing Elrond the map, establishing that he will not trust Elrond even though Gandalf has vouched for him. Then have Balin, whom Thorin appears to have known for the longest and has the closest kinship with, convince Thorin to ask Elrond for help by reminding him that Elrond has just provided food and shelter for him and their entire party. I assume that the reason why they did not do this is because Thorin is one of the main characters, so he has to be the one with the agency. So, Elrond looks at the map and immediately asks,
Erebor, what is your interest in this map?
and before Thorin can respond, Gandalf conceals their true intentions by saying that it is mostly academic. Elrond observes the presence of moon runes on the map.
Kirth Ithil.
Moon runes. Of course.
Ian McKellen sounds so old in that movie.
Kind of, yet. Only worse, in that they tried shoehorning the appendices and slips of information from the Silmarillion into The Hobbit for some reason.
Function in the same way in Middle-earth as they do in reality, then the dwarves have a 1 in 365 chance of today being the day that the runes can be read. I wonder if today is that day. Of course it fucking is.
Fate is with you, Thorin Oakenshield.
Okay, so then things unfortunately get even messier. Elrond reads the runes and they say, "Stand by the grey stone when the thrush knocks, and the setting sun with the last light of Durin's day will shine upon the keyhole." So, because Bilbo is here for absolutely no reason, Gandalf is able to explain to him and the audience what Durin's day is. This is entirely unjustified, but it is a minor issue given what else happens in this scene. Thorin says that Durin's day will soon be upon them, establishing a ticking clock element to their quest unless, of course, they wait until the following year. Balin then says that they still have time to find the entrance.
We have to be standing in exactly the right spot at exactly the right time. Then, and only then, can the door be opened.
Establishing that timing is critical and therefore establishing tension for when they reach Erebor. Evidently, they forgot that Elrond was of course still standing right fucking there, and they have just revealed their true intentions to him, despite the fact that Thorin still has extreme reservations about
Julia_Sura,
Elrond.
honey, don't forget, the treatment of not only the subject matter, but also the effects and actors, actively brought Sir McKellen to tears during filming. He was so frustrated with the disrespect of the studio he nearly walked.
Whom he is referring to, we will find out later. Okay, so Balin, Skyward, Elves. I'm going to put that in a question mark because there are other potential explanations for his reaction. Elrond is wise and is willing.
Sun Sial, moon runes is what I've heard people call Arabic, Russian, and Aramaic.
Cut to Weathertop, where evil is doing evil because of course evil is. 2 of the orcs have returned to their master, whom, as absolutely no one saw coming, is Azog, accompanied of course by his gigantic white anime wolf with glowing eyes. Remember when animals in Middle-earth were animals with some semblance of realism? Oh well, gone are the days of yore. So the orc tells Azog that they lost the dwarves after being ambushed by elves. Because Azog is a fantastic villain, he says exactly what he's thinking with no metaphor, no double meaning, no eloquence. He simply says, "Me no want excuses, me want head of dwarf king," which the orcs and the audience already know. The orc continues, saying that they were outnumbered and that he barely escaped with his life. He, of course, does not mention Radagast and his Ramadan rabbits, even though this would likely be useful information to Azog and information that would potentially excuse his failure. Because Azog is the most villainous villain to ever villain, he feeds the orc to his wards.
When are you goody-goody fools going to understand? I am completely and utterly evil.
Character writing, folks. He then continues to the remaining orcs that the dwarf scum will show themselves soon and that they should send out word that there is a price on their heads. And that is the scene. What in the goddamn hell was the point of this scene? Well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm here for, I guess, so I'll try my best. The purpose of this scene is to remind the audience of the impending threat that the orcs pose to the dwarves. It establishes to the audience, concretely, that Azog is very much alive. Although this was previously hinted at twice already, and if this was not done now, it would have necessarily been done in a later scene when Azog finally reveals himself to Thorin. It also provides a chance to cut away from Rivendell for a bit of variety. That's it.
Yay.
There is no narrative or character purpose for this scene. This scene exists entirely to deliver information to the audience. We learn that Azog is very evil, and that he is hunting the dwarves. Both of which we already knew, meaning that no character, nor us as the audience, actually learns anything from this scene. And the way it ends is laughable, with Azog telling the orcs to send out word that there is
Sun
a
Sial,
price on
this
the
scene
dwarves'
exists as death porn in
heads,
Tolkien.
suggesting that he had not already done this, and that he was waiting until later in the movie to actually try and capture and or kill the dwarves. Okay, Azog is a baddie. To Rivendell, where I guess the plot of the movie is actually happening? Nah, I guess not. Remember the Lord of the Rings, where characters just kind of wandered aimlessly around Rivendell? Because that's what this is. Remember Narsil, remember Sauron, remember this set? Done, fine, good, well done, you have money, you have the rights to use this imagery. Please, let's keep going.
Don't waste my motherfucking time!
After having Bilbo wander around Rivendell for a bit longer, because we sure as shit gotta bloat the living heck out of this runtime, Elrond approaches him asking why he is not with the dwarves. Bilbo responds saying that they won't miss him, and confides in Elrond that most of the dwarves don't think he should be with them on this journey, presumably forgetting that he saved their lives from the trolls. Anyway, the outcome of this scene is that Elrond welcomes Bilbo to stay in Rivendell if he decides not to continue with the dwarves. This makes sense for Elrond, and it also provides Bilbo with another chance to turn back and refuse the call to adventure. I don't particularly mind this, although it is once again simply reiterating what we have already seen. Bilbo is given the exact same choice he has been given twice before, leading me to conclude that this scene is also entirely pointless. Although I very much enjoy Hugo Weaving's Elrond and Martin Freeman's Bilbo, you have to do more than put those actors on screen for the scene to be justified. Anyway, we then see Bret McKenzie telling Elrond that the dwarves are eating an ungodly amount of food and that they have nearly run out of wine, and he then asks how much longer they will remain in Rivendell. And the two are shocked to discover...
What the fuck?
I am almost speechless.
As somebody who very deeply identifies with the dwarves for a variety of reasons, I believe that The Hobbit is racially insensitive. Because it makes me angor.
I guess now I know what I'll be discussing with my therapist when I'm in my 60s. So what was the point of this? Well, it shows that the dwarves are incompatible with elven culture. They have different standards of behavior and decency. Cool. Except this was already firmly established multiple times in a previous scene, making this the third goddamn scene in a row that is entirely pointless. Then we cut to Bilbo dropping
Elrond's
Eves
actor
on
has always been
Gandalf,
fabulous.
discussing the quest
As
with
far back as the
Elrond.
adventures of
Elrond
Priscilla,
suggests
Queen of the
that
Desert.
the risk of waking Smaug is too high, and Gandalf responds,
If the dwarves take back the mountain, our defenses in the east will be strengthened.
okay, so this gives us a potential reason as to why Gandalf is helping Thorin.
Yulia
He wants to
_Sura.
strengthen
Truthfully,
their
Moon runes has also been
defenses
used to
in the
describe
east.
Japanese and Chinese
Why he
writing,
wants
but
to do
particularly
this is
Japanese as they view
unknown
the
at
act
this
of writing as a
point,
form of art in
unless he is
itself.
suspecting that a certain hobbit
Calligraphy
might be about
and
to
shit.
find a certain ring. And we see that Thorin is also dropping Eves. So we, Bilbo, and Thorin all learn that Elrond fears the strain of madness that runs in Thorin's family.
His grandfather lost his mind. His father succumbed to the same sickness. And you swear Thorin Oakenshield will not also fall?
This is clearly setting up the idea that Thorin might also be a crazy person because his father and grandfather were crazy people. Except that, no. In the prologue, Bilbo told us that King Thror became infatuated with the massive amount of gold that he had accumulated and referred to it as a sickness of the mind. Then, after Smaug took Erebor, he was evidently totally fine as he continued to lead the dwarves until his death at the hands of Azog. Maybe King Thror was genuinely afflicted by some kind of mental sickness, magical or otherwise, but firstly, it was evidently temporary, and secondly, I am unsure as to how Elrond could have known about it. The sickness developed after the dwarves cut ties with Thranduil, so with no other potential explanation, I'm very tempted to call this a plot error. We also learned that Thorin's father, Thrain, was driven mad with grief after Thror was killed by Azog. Exactly why and how is never explained, but I'm more than willing to accept that Thrain could have been driven mad after losing his father. Meaning that Elrond is drawing on 2 points of evidence that are sketchy at best to suggest that Thorin may also have the crazies. And I'm sure this will lead to absolutely nothing in a future movie. Okay, so Gandalf wants to help the dwarves because it will strengthen Middle-earth's defenses. And Elrond is worried about Smaug being released and about Thorin having the crazies. And Thorin might have the crazies. So Gandalf tells Elrond that the dwarves will continue
You
their
mean event
mission
that perfect
with
elves
or
can jump to
without
medical
their
conclusions?
aid, saying
No,
that Thorin
you don't
believes
say.
he is answerable to no one and that neither is he.
It is not me you must answer to.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
Much better.
Alright, so Galadriel is here, as is Saruman, and it is implied that they have stern words for Gandalf as they feel allowing the dwarves to continue their quest is unwise. How they knew to be here
We're
and
almost
how they
caught
got
up.
here in order to speak to Gandalf is either a gigantic convenience, or we handwave it because Saruman and Galadriel are incredibly powerful. Being omniscient and being able to teleport, however, are not in their toolkit as far as I am aware, so I have to assume that this is a convenience. Anyway, that's the setup for this absolute chonker of a scene, so let's see what happens. Gandalf has been worried about Smaug for some time, and he's been trying to find a way to defeat him. The reason why he wants to do this is that he fears Smaug may side with the enemy, meaning Sauron, which would of course have devastating consequences. Okay, problem number 1. Gandalf didn't know anything about the Necromancer/Sauron until after the dwarves had already begun their quest. Problem number 2. The dwarves' quest does not directly involve any method for actually disposing of Smaug. If Gandalf's goal is to defeat Smaug, he must surely know that 13 dwarves is not anything approaching adequate. Continuing with the scene, Saruman and Galadriel have been observing Gandalf's scheming from a distance and have only now decided to do anything about it. Saruman says, quite rightly, that Sauron is vanquished, and so any threat that Smaug poses is entirely constrained to Smaug's own desires. Gandalf believes that there is a reason to be worried, however, as the last of the 7 dwarf rings has apparently vanished along with its bearer, Thrain, Thorin's father. As Saruman rightly says, without the one ring, which at this point is in the possession of Gollum, but these characters all believe it to be lost, the other rings of power are all useless to the enemy, which is not how rings of power work as far as we are aware from the Lord of the Rings. The one ring controls and/or corrupts the others, meaning that the dwarf rings suspiciously disappearing does not point towards Sauron's potential return. So, Gandalf reveals that Radagast told him of a necromancer living in Dol Guldur. Saruman rejects this because necromancy is impossible, and also because he considers Radagast to be a fool who eats too many mushrooms. To prove that what he is saying is true, Gandalf reveals the blade given to him by Radagast. Elrond and Galadriel identify it as a Morgul blade made for the Witch King of Angmar, and Galadriel says that it was buried alongside him. We learn that the Witch King was buried super deep, and that the tomb was protected by powerful magic, meaning that, as far as they are aware, the tomb cannot be opened. The presence of this blade means that even if they do not trust Radagast as a reliable source, at the very least, there is some kind of powerful dark magic at work. There is no other way for the Witch King's sword to be here. Because Saruman wasn't listening, he asks what proof they have that the blade came from the Witch King's grave. And Gandalf responds that he has none, even though Galadriel has already identified it as the Witch King's blade, and presumably, there is only one of them, otherwise she could not have concluded this. So Saruman, unsatisfied by everything Gandalf has presented him with, gives an overview of what they actually know. An orc pack was seen and defeated nearby. An old dagger has been found. And a human sorcerer, calling himself the Necromancer, is living in a ruined fortress. Saruman does not consider this to be any cause for concern, probably because he's missing out the part where the blade belonging to Sauron's right-hand man has been found in Dol Guldur after Radagast was attacked by a spectre. Saruman is, however, very troubled by the dwarves' quest, saying that he feels he cannot condone it. Why he feels this way, I have absolutely no idea. There are 2 potential explanations for Saruman's behavior. Either he is already in contact with the Necromancer/Sauron, he has already betrayed his friends and is therefore trying to cover everything up. The problem with this is that what he says doesn't make sense and no one acknowledges this. Alternatively, Saruman is not evil yet, and he is simply not listening to what anyone else is saying. Saruman's objections during this scene have been to Gandalf's suggestions that Sauron, or at the very least some kind of evil, may still be out there.
Evil does not sleep, Elrond.
Whether or not Gandalf is right should have absolutely no bearing on Saruman's opinion of the dwarves and their quest. Anyway, Galadriel then speaks to Gandalf telepathically, saying that the dwarves are leaving right at this very moment, and that Gandalf knew they were doing this. Immediately afterwards, Bret McKenzie arrives to tell Elrond that the dwarves have gone. So, although I love seeing Cate Blanchett and Christopher Lee playing their characters again, this scene is a boiling pot of bad ideas and abject nonsense. To summarize it as concisely as I can, Elrond brought Gandalf to Galadriel and Saruman to explain his actions.
Sun Cial, Saruman is acting like what the left says white people act like. This movie's so woke.
And that the threat of Smaug joining Sauron is too great to ignore. This doesn't make sense because, as I said, he did not know of Sauron when he orchestrated the dwarves' quest. Saruman objects to the idea that Sauron has returned because he doesn't listen to what anyone says.
I love
He
my
also objects
dope-ass
to dwarves in their
chariot.
quest for reasons that are not explained whatsoever. Galadriel seems to simply listen but not actually add anything to the conversation herself, meaning that the purpose of this scene was supposedly to establish why Gandalf is doing what he is doing, elaborate on the Radagast plotline with Dol Guldur and the Necromancer, and of course to give us a scene with characters that the audience remembers. The problem is that the explanation as to Gandalf's motivation is nonsensical. The Radagast plotline with the Necromancer is only here to tie it in with The Lord of the Rings and to bloat The Hobbit into 3 movies, meaning that the only takeaway from this scene is Oh look, it's Cate Blanchett and Christopher Lee. This scene, if we include the prior conversation with Elrond, also tries to establish multiple reasons as to why the dwarves should not try to retake Erebor. The reasons stated are as follows. Thorin might be crazy. The risk of waking Smaug is too high, and the risk of Smaug allying with Sauron is too high. It took nearly 10 minutes of screen time to present these three
Sunseal,
objections
all your
to
mount
the
needs is
dwarves'
Evangelis
quest,
background music.
and only one of them is in any way coherent. Okay, Saruman speaks but doesn't listen. And Galadriel listens but does not speak. So, having now spent 25 minutes in Rivendell, I shit you not, we are allowed to leave and continue the story. So, the dwarves have left with Bilbo, leaving Gandalf behind. Saruman does not make any further attempts to stop the dwarves from going, he just tells Gandalf that he's been a naughty, naughty boy, and then lets him go, suggesting that he maybe didn't have any objections to Thorin retaking Erebor, which is probably why the script didn't have him actually voice any. Oh well. So Bilbo takes a longing look at Rivendell, presumably recalling Elrond's offer, but decides to continue with the dwarves. And then we're right back in Rivendell, because of course we fucking are. I never thought I'd say this, but I am getting sick of Rivendell, and I hate that this movie has inspired this feeling. So, Galadriel tells Gandalf that he is right to help Thorin, but she fears that the quest has set in motion forces they do not understand. I assume that she is referring to the whole necromancer thing, which again has absolutely nothing to do with their quest. Radagast just kind of found an evil sword and then told Gandalf, hey, look what I found. Anyway, Galadriel asks Gandalf why he brought Bilbo.
I found it is the small things. Everyday deeds of ordinary folk. Keeps the darkness at bay. It's because I'm afraid. It's me coming.
Whilst this is certainly a nice thought, it doesn't really hold any water in terms of practicality for obvious reasons. Galadriel tells Gandalf that he should not be afraid, and that she will help him if he ever needs her to, before she evaporates. We then get our traveling montage, accompanied by some more of Howard Shore's fantastic music and some rather beautiful geography. Stuff like this is the stuff that feels the most Lord of the Ringsy, far more so than dangling actors in front of the camera, primarily because there is no character information within this montage. This is simply an indicator as to the passage of time, presented beautifully with visuals and music. Given what happens next, I'm going to consider this to be the deep breath before the plunge, because we are about to be bombarded by absolute moronic absurdity. After finding themselves on an impossibly steep cliff edge, Bilbo trips and nearly falls off. Okay, this is totally believable and makes sense for the character. He is, of course, way out of his comfort zone, and he is in a very perilous environment. And then, this happens. So apart from the obvious visual similarities between this and the Caradhras scene in Fellowship, what in the holy hell just happened? Well,
Yulia_Sura, I so need that chariot.
It's a thunder battle.
This is no thunderstorm. It's a thunder battle. What?
Unfortunately, the ledge where the dwarves were standing...
Well, ask Mel for money for fucking what's it called, because this was a store item.
The second video game sequence of the movie.
Remember, she made me spend money.
I have
Yulia_Sura, although I question your decision to use it there, where you could potentially light all of the Black Shroud on
All I
fire.
can really say is that there is no way in hell that any of them survive this. The world contorts so as to not have anyone die. As for why the mountains came alive and started having a rumble at the very moment when our main characters are crossing them, I have absolutely no idea. I guess this kind of thing can just happen now. Anyway, we do afterwards get a small amount of character information. Boffer realizes that Bilbo is not with them, and they see that he is hanging off the ledge. The dwarves all collectively chip in and pull Bilbo back up. So this marks the third time when Bilbo has nearly been killed. However, in none of these instances was it in any way his fault. Setting aside for a moment the fact that many, if not all of the dwarves should have died in this scene, Thorin appears to be frustrated with Bilbo because he keeps endangering himself and them, seemingly forgetting that the goddamn mountain they were just climbing literally came alive and started punching other mountains. But the desired result of this scene is to reinforce that Thorin considers Bilbo to be a liability. So this is what happens. The thing is, right before the absurd cartoon mountain fight sequence, Bilbo already slipped and nearly fell off the mountain, meaning that you literally could have cut the thunder battle, and the scene remains entirely intact from a character perspective. Thorin would reasonably be pissed off that Bilbo keeps endangering himself and the dwarves by not paying enough attention to where he is going. But instead, we gotta have a giant living mountain smackdown because... shut up, we just do. So the dwarves find a cave on the mountain, and I'm unsure as to what part of the living mountain's anatomy this is, and they rest for the night. Balin reminds Thorin that the plan was to wait in the mountains for Gandalf, and Thorin indicates that he has altered the plan.
Pray I don't alter it any further.
And this deal's getting worse all the time.
Here is a unicycle.
Evidently no longer wanting Gandalf's help. Elsewhere, Azog has found their scent and is following the dwarves into the mountain pass. Cool. Okay, now that's done, we return to the cave where everyone is sleeping. Bilbo wakes and starts packing his things to leave and return, presumably, to Rivendell. This means that after encountering living mountains, nearly falling to his death twice, and having Thorin tell him not for the first time that he is a liability and that he should not be here, Bilbo has decided that Thorin is correct and that he should go home. Small problem, they are now presumably days away from Rivendell. The safest place Bilbo can be is very likely right where he is now. Anyway, Boffer notices Bilbo leaving and encourages him to stay.
You can't turn back now. You're part of the company. You're one of us.
I'm not though, am I? Thorin said I should never have come, and he was right. I don't know what I was thinking. Should never have run out my door.
So, ignoring the setup, I really like this dialogue exchange. At least until the ending destroys it.
You're homesick. I understand.
No, you don't. You don't understand. None of you do. You're dwarves. You're used to this life. Never settling in one place, not belonging anywhere.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't...
No, you're right. You don't belong anywhere.
Bilbo realizes what he has just said and appears to acknowledge that he understands why the dwarves are so driven to retake Erebor. However, this does not change Bilbo's perception that he does not belong with them. Importantly, Thorin has been listening to all of this and does not intervene, suggesting that he is content with Bilbo's decision to leave. So, Boffer then wishes Bilbo well, and Bilbo departs. Except that, sorry Bilbo, the script has other plans for you. Then the floor opens up and they all fall down hundreds of feet and miraculously survive. Because this movie is a cartoon. This also means that Bilbo's intentions at this point were to leave, and the movie made there be a hole so that he couldn't. Middle-earth is effectively forcing Bilbo to continue on the quest. He did not decide, after speaking to Boffer, that he actually should help them. The script instead prevented him from leaving. This is a crystal clear moment of the plot driving the characters, rather than the characters driving the plot. Okay, so Bilbo wants to return home, feels out of his depth, and feels he does not belong with the dwarves. And Thorin thinks Bilbo is at fault for nearly dying as a result of a mountain coming alive. And Gandalf likes using Bilbo because it makes him feel brave. So, Thorin and company have accidentally into a goblin cave, and for some reason
he's right.
the goblins
This movie was a
don't
cartoon,
immediately do
and partly
what
narrated by Leonard
goblins
Nimoy.
do and, kill them. They instead take them to their leader. And it certainly is a good thing they didn't want to kill the dwarves, because for the second time in their journey, they are now at the mercy of unintelligent yet dangerous and evil monsters. Anyway, because the film tries to convince us that being unfamiliar with hobbits means that Bilbo can literally just stop moving and the goblins will totally just forget that he exists, Bilbo literally stops moving and the orcs totally just forget that he exists.
What?
There's a word for this, and that word is no. Sorry, I don't buy this for 1 second. Even if the goblins are colossally unintelligent, there is an entire horde of them, and they know he is there. I guess this is building on the idea that Bilbo is super small and unassuming and therefore has a superpower? Except, need I remind you, Bilbo is barely smaller than the dwarves. To a goblin, he probably looks exactly like a dwarf. Anyway, Bilbo becomes invisible without becoming invisible, and he slinks off into the shadows. So, what has happened in the last 5 minutes is that the script has refused to allow Bilbo to leave the dwarves and go home, despite him wanting to do precisely that, and it has now forced him into a situation whereby he has to rescue the aforementioned dwarves from the goblins. Escape is not an option, and Bilbo's moral compass will not allow him to abandon the dwarves if they need his help. Fantastic storytelling. Anyway, a goblin sees Bilbo and attacks him, forcing him to defend himself. I like that Bilbo is unable to defeat the goblin in combat, however, I dislike the fact that the film shows him trading blows effectively with the goblin.
Yulia_Sura. I find that comment mildly insulting. The Rankin Bass Hobbit in Return of the King and Ralph Bakshi's Lord of the Rings animated films were amazing, kept the music, got to the goddamn point, and managed to tell the full story from Bilbo to Frodo in a collective 3 to 4 hour span.
Gollum smashing Bilbo's skull with a rock if he can survive this. Meanwhile, the dwarves are brought deep into Goblin Town and are presented to the Goblin King, who appears to be an extremely flamboyant and incredibly overweight cartoon comedian, complete with jiggle physics, who sings to the dwarves as they approach. This kind of thing may have worked in the book, but this is another instance of thematic dissonance caused by adapting a children's novel into an epic fantasy adventure that we are supposed to take, to any degree, seriously. Maybe I'm being too harsh, but I definitely preferred the goblins in The Lord of the Rings that were little more than violent monsters over these singing and dancing and utterly non-threatening weirdos.
Down, down, down in Goblin Town.
What the
These were not
fuck?
goblins, but gobloids, and thus distinct from the creatures that have already been established to exist in this world, then I would have far less of an issue with this
Sunseal,
creative
it wasn't meant to be
decision.
insulting.
Anyway,
I like the cartoon
after
films,
asking what they
though the
thought
Nimoy
of
song
his
was a bit cringy.
because I guess this is the funny part of the movie, he asks who the dwarves are and why they came into his kingdom. One of the goblins informs him that they are dwarves whom they found on the front porch. No. What happened is that they fell asleep in a cave, and then, after presumably a few hours, the floor gave way, revealing that it was some kind of booby trap, or at least that's what I assumed. There is no way that this is the actual entrance that the goblins use to get in and out of their underground kingdom. Anyway, the Goblin King has the dwarves searched, and it is revealed that Nori had stolen a substantial amount of cutlery and glassware from the elves. Ah, okay. So, just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, it gets fucking worse. The dwarves are flat-out assholes. Elrond helped them. The elves helped them. And in response, the dwarves acted like children, threw food everywhere, had naked wrestling matches in a fountain, and stole their cutlery. Anyway, the goblins believe that the dwarves are in league with the elves as a result of
Sura,
seeing the
refresh my
elven
memory.
cutlery.
What Nimoy song?
Yes, this is a plot point in the movie. And then this happens.
Made in Rivendell, Second Age. Couldn't give it away.
And then, as if the previous 5 minutes or so could
Sunseal,
have been
the Ballad
skipped
of Bilbo
entirely,
Baggins.
the Goblin King asks what they are doing in these parts.
Your boys flapping my trumpet.
I'll flatten more than your trumpet.
We were on the road. Well, it's not so much a road as a path. Actually, it's not even that, come to think of it. It's more like a track. Anyway, the point is, we were on this road, like a path, like a track. And then we weren't, which is a problem, because we were supposed to be in Dunland last Tuesday.
Again, because this is the funny part, we get funnies. Or at least the film structures these exchanges as if they are funnies. I'm going to skip over them because I really can't take much more of this, and because this video is already ginormous. What I will say, though, is that none of the dwarves seem to have any awareness as to the danger they are in. They are all about to be tortured and killed, and no one gives a shit. Either because they're all acting in front of a green screen and they are not surrounded by monsters, or because consequences don't matter when we have studio-mandated funnies to deliver. Anyway, once it's time for the plot to get moving again, Thorin reveals himself to the Goblin King, who recognizes him. And then it is revealed that the Goblin
the fact
King
that I have
had
a bookmark
received
for that
word
song
that
disturbs
Azog
me.
was willing to pay for Thorin's
Why?
aid.
Sunseal.
So I have no issue with word traveling through the Orc Vine and into the Goblin King's lair. What I take tremendous issue with
Julia
is the fact that
Sura,
the Goblin
that was
King
Glenn
has a
Yarbrough. He
very
was considered
clear
one of the
and
finest
obvious
minstrels too. We are
motivation
not talking
to
about the
kill
same
them
music.
all immediately. And instead of doing this, he explains to Thorin who Azog is, and thus reveals that Azog is still alive. And then he tells this little deformed spastic goofball to send word back to Azog to inform him that Thorin has been captured, instead of, you know, killing him. Like he literally just said he should do. On the plus side, though, look at this little guy. He's just so happy being evil. So Nori is a thieving asshole. Goblin King acts contrary to what his motivations would suggest. Bilbo can become invisible, and the goblins can't see him if he doesn't move. So this next part of the movie features two scenes that are intercut with each other. One is excellent, and one is terrible. So rather than try and tackle them in real time chronologically, I'm going to go with the riddles sequence first, and then I will give a good spanking to the escape from Goblin Town. Cut to Bilbo waking up after having fallen a great distance into the cave. He notices the goblin that attacked him has also fallen, that it is still alive, but that it is immobilized and seriously injured. Enter Gollum.
Nasty. Goblins
senses.
So Gollum approaches the goblin and clearly intends to eat it. After a brief scuffle, he bashes the goblin's skull with a rock and drags him away. During the scuffle, however, a certain ring dropped out of Gollum's pocketses. It is dramatically convenient that Bilbo landed on squidgy mushrooms, whereas the goblin landed flat on its spine. Otherwise, none of the Lord of the Rings happens. Gollum eats Bilbo, who can't possibly fight back, and the story ends. Oh well. So Bilbo notices the ring, thinking nothing of it, and puts it in his pocket. He approaches Gollum, who is in the process of bludgeoning the goblin's corpse in order to eat it. I am unsure why exactly he approaches Gollum. We simply have to assume that there was no alternative way out of the cave other than to head towards the deranged creature that has just beaten a goblin to death in order to consume it. Anyway, Gollum finds Bilbo and appears to want to eat him too.
Lashes and splashes, precious. That's a meaty mouthful.
Anyway, Bilbo asks Gollum how to get out whilst fighting off Gollum's attempts to eat him. After some rather entertaining Gollumisms, courtesy of the fantastic Andy Serkis.
We know safe paths for horses. Safe paths in the dark. Shut up!
Gollum tells Bilbo a riddle. Afterwards, the scene uses Gollum's multiple personalities to effectively add tension to the scene, as Smeagol wants to play riddles, whereas Gollum wants to eat Bilbo.
You cannot ask us. No. No more riddles. Finish him off. Finish him now.
This is consistent with the kind of thing we saw from Gollum in The Lord of the Rings, and it is a very effective way to dial up the tension. Upon understanding a little more about Gollum's multiple personalities and how he can diplomatically play the situation, Bilbo decides to challenge Gollum to a game of riddles. If Bilbo wins, Gollum shows him the way out. If Gollum wins...
If Baggins loses, we eat it whole.
All?
Fair enough.
Alright, the stakes are very clear. Both sides are motivated to win, and Bilbo is going to have to outsmart Gollum in order to escape. As they start, Bilbo sheaths his sword, either as a show of good faith or because he is overly trusting, and the camera lingers on a curious glance from Gollum. So the two exchange riddles whilst Gollum attempts to maneuver himself closer to Bilbo. We also get some comedy that actually works, probably because it is built upon the characters in question rather than contradicting them.
Wieners! Shut up!
As Gollum gets increasingly frustrated, we see him pick up a rock, displaying his intent to skull Bilbo. Because Gollum slips up during their game, Bilbo uses this to ask Gollum an unfair question, which Gollum accepts, provided he gets 3 guesses. Although he only holds up 2 fingers when he says this, meaning that we can add the concept of 3 to the list of things he has forgotten. Anyway, Bilbo's question is...
What have I got in my pocket?
Gollum, of course, loses, and Bilbo asks him to show him the way out. Gollum then asks...
What has it got in its pockets?
And Gollum then realizes that his precious is lost. After throwing a tantrum, Gollum again asks...
What has it got in its nasty little pockets?
Having realized that Bilbo may well have stolen it. So, Gollum's personification in this scene, I think, is excellent. It feels like the same Gollum from The Lord of the Rings. We get some direct references to The Lord of the Rings, but these are handled properly and they make sense. Familiar visual cues, such as Gollum talking to his own reflection, and direct lines such as...
Stole it!
Make perfect sense given the scene in question. So, Bilbo flees Gollum and he falls over and the ring lands on his finger, granting him invisibility. You could call this ridiculously lucky, but as we know from The Lord of the Rings, the ring has a will of its own. And this exact thing happens in Fellowship of the Ring, so I don't have an issue given the context. As Bilbo approaches the exit to the cave, he sees Gandalf and the dwarves making their escape. We focus on Gollum, who appears to be terrified and distraught. Bilbo approaches him with his sword drawn, still invisible, and prepares to execute Gollum. In the previous scene where Gandalf handed Sting to Bilbo, he explained that
true courage is about knowing not when to take a life, but when to spare one.
Which is something that directly informs Bilbo's actions in this scene. I also very much appreciate that the writers had enough faith in their audience having an attention span, so they evidently did not feel the need to overdub Gandalf's line during this scene. So, Bilbo takes pity on Gollum and decides not to kill him. He instead leaps over him and escapes. Okay, so this sequence is by no means perfect. However, it is easily the best scene in the movie, and quite possibly the best scene in the trilogy. It features clearly defined characters with clearly defined goals. After the initial setup, everything that happens makes sense given what we know about the characters involved, and the scene is extremely simple and all the better for it. Okay, so Bilbo takes pity on Gollum, is empathetic, is intelligent, and is resourceful. And Gollum is deranged, has split personalities, one hostile and one less so, is somewhat intelligent, is extremely attached to the ring, and has a degree of honor, as he will not cheat. So, intercut with what is likely the best scene in the film, we have probably the worst. In the middle of the game of riddles, we cut back to the giant singing cartoon goblin.
Bones will be shattered, necks will be wrung, you'll be beaten and battered, from racks you'll be hung.
I mean, this really is just a perfect encapsulation of what is wrong with these movies. We have the best scene in the film that just so happens to be extremely faithful to the source material, and then we interrupt that scene with a silly goblin singing a silly song. This is what I mean when I suggest that there might be a fantastic 3-hour movie within this trilogy. Anyway, one of the goblins unsheathes Thorin's sword, Orcrist, for absolutely no reason. Well, I say absolutely no reason. The reason is so that the Goblin King can freak the fuck out and identify it as the Goblin Cleaver.
I know that sword! It is the Goblin Cleaver!
Which for some reason prompts him to order the goblins to kill the dwarves, which he was already motivated to do. But I guess he didn't want to do so until now because he didn't feel like it? Anyway, so because the dwarves have the Goblin Cleaver sword, they decide to kill the dwarves. How inconvenient. And then Gandalf is here and he saves them. How convenient. Yes, Gandalf is a wizard, but my understanding was that he had limits to his power. When he rescued the dwarves from the trolls, this was also convenient, but it was at least explicable because we
if the
knew
Goblin
he
King
was
was played David Bowie, then maybe.
by. Him
Maybe.
appearing
Singing
in
would
this
be warranted.
underground goblin cave when the dwarves have not seen him for days, if not weeks, is ridiculous. The only defense for this, which is tenuous, is the line from Balin saying that they were supposed to wait in the mountains for Gandalf, meaning that their arranged meeting spot was in the mountains. How that leads to Gandalf ending up inside this cave, I have absolutely no idea. But he's a wizard, so I guess we don't think about it. He can do anything at any point, because what the hell even are stakes anyway? He then tells the dwarves to take up arms and fight, which they do. And because the Goblin King is still there, he tells us all about how scary Gandalf's sword is.
He wields the foe hammer, the beater, bright as daylight!
This, of course, serves absolutely no function, so why include it? We then get a protracted fight scene, complete with funny decapitations,
that's another
which
place
is
where the
followed
Rankin Bass
by
did better.
physics-defying
The goblins did
cartoon
sing in the
chase
books,
sequence.
but the animated
This all
films made
goes on
those
for
songs
quite
feel
a
much
while,
more threatening
and
and
there
less
is no real
cartoonish,
character
oddly enough.
information present within. All I can really say is that this shows the dwarves to all be competent fighters who are occasionally resourceful. We also have this bullshit. Does it count as plot armor if he's using a sword? Anyway, why does this sequence leave me feeling entirely empty inside? I think that it has something to do with the fact that the goblins pose zero threat to the dwarves, the fact that the dwarves are not sustaining any damage whatsoever, and the fact that reality seems to be bending itself repeatedly in their favor. All of this results in a sequence which is monotonous, inconsequential, and unjustified. We learn nothing. This is simply a case of look at the pretty colors, or in this case, look at the funny kills. Anyway, then the Goblin King pulls a Sadok, having been knocked off the platform before the chase began. He has now managed to teleport in front of the dwarves, which is impossible for many reasons that I feel are self-evident. He gives Gandalf his bad guy line.
You thought you could escape me. What are you going to do now, wizard?
And Gandalf then slices him with his sword.
That'll do it.
Because it's funny and goofy, guys. You like funny and goofy, don't you? And then Gandalf kills the Goblin King, and then the platform they're standing on falls into the cave in a sequence which utterly defies any semblance of physics or realism. This is a cartoon, and this is a problem because this means that the world that The Lord of the Rings takes place in adheres to cartoon physics. To elaborate on what I mentioned earlier, yes, there are moments of questionable physics within The Lord of the Rings, but these are almost entirely constrained to the character Legolas. It is excusable because he is the only elf present and he is the only one that appears to be able to do these things. That said, had Legolas just fallen down this ravine on this rickety plank of wood and survived, I would call just as much bullshit as I am calling right now. So, having survived the impossible, what could possibly happen next?
Well, that could have been worse.
I am not going to fucking bother, this is not worth my time. So Gandalf then declares that the only thing that will save them is daylight, which is interesting given that the orcs earlier in the movie did not care about daylight, so maybe this is a retcon that daylight only affects goblins now? Anyway, the dwarves escape into the outside world, and only now does Gandalf realize Bilbo is not with them. I can maybe accept that in all the carnage and chasing and fighting, Gandalf not realizing that, say, Bifur was not with them, because who gives a shit about Bifur, but my understanding was that Bilbo was uniquely important to him, and yet he did not notice that he was missing. We then hear Dwalin say,
"Curse that halfling! Now he's lost. I thought he was with Dorry."
And Thorin claims Bilbo saw his chance and left. Whether or not Thorin actually believes this is irrelevant. The point of this is that Bilbo is given yet another chance to turn back. He is watching and listening whilst invisible, and could simply leave and no one would question it. He has been given a very easy out. Instead, however, he decides to reveal himself. The dwarves have rather disparate responses to this, which I find interesting. Balin, Bofur, Fili, and Kili appear to be very happy to see Bilbo. Thorin appears to be ashamed of what he just said. Dwalin appears to be confused and almost suspicious as to how Bilbo escaped. Thorin then asks,
I want to know, why did you come back?
So this next part is rather critical to Bilbo's character. The last time we had any insight into what he wanted to do was right before everyone fell into the Goblin Cave. He was in the process of leaving, and Thorin had accepted this. Since then, it appears that his conversation with Bofur, as well as his experience with Gollum, has made him rethink his priorities. Bilbo replies, and I am paraphrasing, "I know you doubt me. I often think of Bag End. I miss my home. That's where I belong. That's why I came back, because you don't have a home. It was taken from you, but I will help you take it back if I can." This tells us very clearly that Bilbo is no longer having second thoughts. He has now fully committed to helping the dwarves because he considers it to be the right thing to do. I have no issue with Bilbo making this decision, however I do wish that it had been fleshed out a little more. His experience with Gollum may or may not have informed his decision, we simply don't know. The Gollum sequence, metaphorically or literally, had nothing to do with losing a home or the desire to retake one. It did, however, display Bilbo's empathy towards those who are suffering. This is not a direct parallel, but I think this plus the conversation with Bofur previously is enough to inform this decision. Thorin appears to be content with this explanation. We unfortunately don't get any time to let this sink in because of what happens next. Okay, Dwalin has no patience for Bilbo and is a brave and very capable warrior. Thorin does not trust or value Bilbo, does not care for Bilbo's safety, however is reservedly impressed by Bilbo's bravery and commitment. Gandalf is not very perceptive, and Bilbo is committed to helping if he can, and empathizes with the dwarves. So, because we need a big action set piece to serve as the climax of the movie, Azog has found the dwarves.
But Random, didn't we just have a big action set piece?
Get out of here, retarded alter ego, you clearly know nothing about storytelling. So, how did Azog know that the dwarves were here? Well, remember, the Goblin King told his little wheelie boy to send word to Azog that Thorin had been captured, which must have happened during their escape from the mountain, and Azog must have been extremely close by in order to intercept them here. Alright, the Foundation is barely functional, so let's dive in and see how much of a mess we can make. So, Azog orders his orcs to run the dwarves down and tear them to pieces. The wargs charge in, one of them stabs itself in the skull with Bilbo's sword, and another runs into Ori's hammer.
Clumsy me.
Revealing that although these animals look very threatening, they are in fact retarded, thus diluting the tension. The dwarves run to the edge of the cliff and hide in the trees. They seem to be in a bit of a predicament, but then Gandalf sees a butterfly and you all know exactly where this is going. The writers have written themselves into a corner by having this battle sequence, and their way out is to implement the Eagles Save the Day meme. Fantastic. So, the dwarves are sitting in their trees. Luckily, Azog didn't bring any bows, and then Thorin sees Azog and realizes that he is still very much alive. Azog taunts Thorin, saying that he stinks of the same fear that his father smelled of. He tells the orcs to kill everyone, but that Thorin is his. So the giant cartoon dinosaur wolves attack the trees. Incredibly, no one is killed or even injured. And we then get more cartoon physics, resulting in everyone being on the same tree, hanging over the edge of the cliff. For the most maximum of maximum drama, of course. So then Gandalf turns fir cones into Molotov cocktails and starts hurling them at the orcs. Why he has this limitation and can't simply squirt fireballs at them is unknown, particularly given all the other overtly magical stuff he has done in this movie. So anyway, as a result of Gandalf's destructive tendencies, they set much of the forest on fire and drive back the wargs. The dwarves for some reason cheer as if they are now victorious, despite them still being very much trapped, and they are presumably unaware that Gandalf has called an Uber. Then the maximum drama gets even more maximum because the tree falls over and everyone is hanging off the cliff. At some point, a point that was reached a long time ago in this movie, when you keep putting all your characters in extreme peril only to have them escape with no consequences, the audience is likely to stop
Yulia_Sura,
caring.
why is it always the pants or the boots that I can't get without multiple dungeon runs? I have such a neat set of gear, but I'm missing the boots.
Thorin then stares down Azog and decides to fight him. And I have absolutely no idea why. Azog cannot get to Thorin due to the fire, or at least if he can, he chooses not to, which of course would not really make any sense. Some groundwork has been set. We know why Thorin is highly motivated to kill Azog. What is not established is that Thorin will walk alone towards certain death, Azog plus multiple wargs and orcs, whilst his friends and companions are clinging to a tree and about to fall off a cliff. The only reasonable thing that can happen here is that Thorin will be slaughtered for absolutely no reason, and that his friends will all fall to their deaths when he could evidently have saved them. Instead of helping his friends, his priority is to avenge his grandfather by killing Azog. Thorin evidently cares more about killing Azog than he does about keeping his friends alive, defeating Smaug, or retaking Erebor. Well done, ill-fated trilogy. You have destroyed one of your primary characters before the end of the first movie. And for some reason, the soundtrack is playing a section from A Knife in the Dark, which you may know as the Nazgul theme.
Really?
This is an extremely weird choice, and it is absolutely inappropriate. This leitmotif is often used in The Lord of the Rings to convey impending terror as
Yulia_Sura, also, that butterfly thing irritated me, because in the book, the eagles saw the fires and decided to screw with the goblins by stealing their prey. It was this unintended rescue which allowed Gandalf to renew his friendship with Quahir and ask for their help in Lord of the Rings. Yes, I'm ranting now, too. Thank you very much.
Meaning. That is the entire point of music in movies. And here, it is distractingly misused. My guess is that either they added this scene after the score had been composed and so they needed to use a track from elsewhere to fill the gap, or they decided to use this particular piece of music because audiences will remember it? I honestly have no idea, but regardless, it was a terrible decision. So, Thorin charges Azog.
After this video's done, I'm stopping for the night because I'm
you
tired.
Fucking idiot. He then blocks a hit from Azog's gigantic mace using his face. And then it gets even worse. Azog's warg picks Thorin up in its mouth. And for the third time in this movie, Thorin is at the mercy of a giant evil monster intent on killing him. Well done, sir. Your incompetence is laid bare. So now, because Thorin has acted like a spurg and been punished for it, and because the dwarves are holding on for their lives with no explicable means of escape, this means that we are at the mid-action scene low point. The music and cinematography are clearly trying to convey a sense of futile desperation. Which really doesn't work because, of course, Thorin literally did this to himself. Regardless, everything seems hopeless. Whatever will happen next. So, whilst inside the warg's jaws, Thorin boops its snoot and it lets go. For some reason, Azog then tells his underling to bring him Thorin's head, suggesting that Azog considered humiliating and defeating Thorin to be more important than being the one to actually kill him. So, Bilbo has been watching all of this, and because the movie doesn't show us, we have to assume he is the only one who is in a position to actually help Thorin. Everyone else is conveniently on the other side of the tree or something. So, because Bilbo is now brave, this of course means that he will throw himself at certain death. Because Gandalf can't know about the ring just yet, Bilbo of course does not use the ring, even though he knows what it does. Additionally, Thorin needs to see Bilbo save him for what comes later. So, because of everything I have just described, both characters being idiots and the world allowing this to happen, the movie is able to give Bilbo his big hero moment. Thorin has looked down on Bilbo from the moment he met him. He has not said a kind word to him, and yet Bilbo has persevered and decided to continue to assist in Thorin's quest. He is now about to single-handedly save Thorin's life, albeit very temporarily if cause and effect are functioning, which of course they are not. It is tremendously unfortunate then that this core narrative idea required such unfettered bullshit to manifest. So Bilbo leaps into the shot from off camera and kills the orc.
True courage is about knowing not when to take a life, but when to spare one.
How Azog and the orc did not see him is a mystery because he would have been running directly towards them. What was rule number 2 for writing Rings of Power again? If it's off camera, it does not exist. Anyway, Bilbo is then able to defeat this orc in a 1v1, which I do not believe, even if given the element of surprise. Remember, this is not just some rando goblin that he found in a cave. This is an orc that is accompanying Azog on his quest for murder. And at this point, I was wondering, what exactly was Bilbo's plan? His whole thing that has been reinforced repeatedly throughout the movie
Sun Cial,
is that
my
he is
issue was what in
resourceful.
SFX hell made
He
people
thinks
decide that
outside
Gandalf's
the
pine
box,
cones didn't
as
need to be made of
depicted
blue
in the
fire.
troll scene and the Gollum scene. He is not an effective fighter, of which he is very aware. And yet Bilbo's idea of rescue is to follow Thorin into certain death, and then I guess they both die. There is a fine line between being brave and being stupid, Mr. Bilbo. So, Azog then tells the orcs to kill Bilbo, because I guess he's feeling really, really lazy today. And then this happens. Okay, so this is an exact retread of the troll scene. Except that this one required that the dwarves escape mortal danger off-screen in order to arrive unseen in time to save Bilbo's life. Additionally, as far as the movie wants us to believe, Azog and his orcs are not half-wits, unlike the trolls. So anyway, the dwarves play whack-a-mole with the orcs, and Bilbo is about to be killed, and then we get our third last-minute rescue in the space of, well, less than a minute. The eagles, I guess, arrived in that 5 or so minutes during which Gandalf was stuck in the tree, and then they kill the orcs and save the dwarves. Okay, so this is deeply unsatisfying, but I guess the movie has to end somehow. And because the maximum drama was not quite maximum, but nearly maximum, the tree they were all stuck on falls off the cliff just as Gandalf is rescued. Meaning that, had the eagles arrived 10 seconds later, they would all be dead. Again, dialing the tension this absurdly high using mortal peril and last-second rescues
son, don't even get me started on that sort of thing. When Lord of the Rings came out, they released a D&D-style RPG book and I ran a campaign off it. The book's rules allowed players to evolve into a wizard on Gandalf's level. I had to fix all of that.
Scene is a catastrophe in terms of visuals, character, theme, and plot. Anyway, we have one scene to go, and then we are finished. Okay, so Ori is clumsy, Bilbo is suicidally brave, he is extremely loyal, he does not use the resources available to him when saving people's lives. And Thorin cares more about vengeance than the lives of his friends or retaking his home. And he does perhaps have the crazies, as he seems utterly blinded by revenge. So, the eagles carry the dwarves some of the way towards their destination. Of course, no reason is given as to why they didn't go any further, but I guess it's because there are 2 more movies to go. Thorin is near death, understandably, and everyone is worried. Upon regaining consciousness, Thorin's first words are...
Lovely.
And he then appears to berate Bilbo.
What were you doing? You nearly got yourself killed.
I mean, bro, this really is a case of the pot calling the kettle suicidal, isn't it?
Did I not say that you would be a burden? That you would not survive in the wild? That you had no place amongst us? I have never been so wrong in all my life.
Okay, superficially, I like this. In a better movie, I would really like this. Strip away the bullshit, what we have here is Thorin admitting that he was wrong, showing deep respect for Bilbo, thanking him for saving his life, and accepting him as one of them. Thorin has ostensibly grown as a character. Now, the problems. All of the setup in the previous scene that is required for this scene to make sense is incoherent garbage. Thorin's choice of words in this scene are very clearly written for maximum dramatic effect, rather than because he would actually use those words. Any reasonable person would immediately thank Bilbo, but of course, because drama, Thorin's choice of words imply that he very much dislikes Bilbo. The reason for this is so that when we get the switcheroo,
I have never been so wrong in all my life.
It hits that much harder. We go from a low to a high rather than going from nothing to a high. The script is written so as to maximize the emotional payoff at the end of the film. The priority here is maximum feels, but unfortunately everything else is thrown out in service of this. Anyway, Thorin and Bilbo embrace. Bilbo says that he understands why Thorin doubted him, admitting that he is not a hero or a warrior or even a burglar. The party then realize they can see the Lonely Mountain for the first time, and they observe a bird flying towards the mountain, which, given the prophecy mentioned very briefly at the beginning of the movie, they choose to take as a good omen. We then follow the bird towards Erebor, and we see a great eye open. Smaug has awoken. Cut to the credits. So, that was The Hobbit, An Unexpected Journey. I'm going to save most of my thoughts for the final autopsy video at the end of this series, but for now, I will give a rough overview of my take on this film. There is a tremendous amount of bullshit contained within. This movie suffers from being attached to The Lord of the Rings. The visual effects are inconsistent, sometimes looking absolutely fantastic, other times looking lazy and slapped together. There is a colossal amount of wasted time, and at a guess I would say at least an hour could have been cut from the film, and nothing of value would have been lost. In terms of character, most of them I think are reasonable. The only catastrophic character moment is Thorin charging Azog at the end, and arguably Bilbo doing the same. Apart from that, the greatest crime in terms of character is that many of the characters are superfluous and are not adequately characterized whatsoever. 6 of the 13 dwarves are essentially interchangeable. Plus, we have Radagast, who is a bumbling clown who only serves to distract the 5-year-olds, and I guess to provide MacGuffins to Gandalf. The primary villain, Azog, is incredibly one-dimensional, his only characterization being Kill Dwarf Man. The design of many of the characters is at odds with the already established world that the movie takes place in. Many of the environments look like a PlayStation game because they were rendered as entirely digital environments, making them feel extremely fake and uninspired, especially when compared with the environments present in The Lord of the Rings. Virtually none of the comedy worked for me, as it was typically at the expense of its characters or at the expense of the world itself. Virtually every action sequence involved insane physics-defying cartoon acrobatics, making it extremely difficult to care about what was going on. There are many sequences that exist to tie this trilogy in with The Lord of the Rings, which oftentimes creates a jarring dissonance between the simplistic core narrative of the book and the uber-blockbuster epic that the studio no doubt wanted so as to cash in on the success of The Lord of the Rings. Now, because I want to end on a positive note, here's an overview of what I like about this movie. Most of the cast is fantastic. Thorin and Bilbo are the two highlights in terms of new performances. The sequence with Gollum, I think, is mostly excellent. Many of the filmmaking and editing decisions are purposeful and deliberate, such as the framing of the prologue. The music is fantastic throughout, although there are some odd choices of placement which I have already covered. The thematic through-line of Bilbo having to prove himself to Thorin is mostly well done. And there are parts of the film that are genuinely well written. And honestly, that's about it. In comparison to Rings of Power, because I know that's what you're all waiting for, at this point, The Hobbit is far superior in every way, bar one: the tone. For all its faults, Rings of Power did not devalue its characters by throwing in comedy scenes at their expense. Rings of Power is, for the most part, tonally consistent, whereas The Hobbit is absolutely not. An Unexpected Journey was definitely worse than I remember it being, and I am not holding my breath for the next 2 movies because I definitely recall this one being the best of the 3. So anyway, that just about does it for this video. Please, if you have made it this far, consider liking or subscribing if you have not already.
And there we are. Oh, God. I am going to go to bed pretty soon here, so thank you everybody for hanging out with me as I get stuck on a river again. And, yeah, I will be back tomorrow with more...
Sunseal 07.
I will be back tomorrow with more, hopefully more audible reactions, because we'll do the Rings of Power stuff. All 9 videos of that. Oh, boy.
Yulia_Sura, tell me that someone has linked this poor bastard to the Tolkien edit of the films.
I have to assume. Anyway...
Yulia_Sura, sounds like he needs it.
Yeah, really. I would like to hear his thoughts on that, actually. Anyway, I will see everybody tomorrow.